Welcome to the University of the Free State.
Wa amohela ho University of the Free State.
Welkom by die Universiteit van die Vrystaat.
Siyakwamukela eNyuvesi yase-Free State.
Situated in the heart of South Africa, my university is a creation of the past, the present, and the future. Across our 3 campuses, 7 faculties have been home to some of the most magnificent minds. Everything we do is rooted in our values of excellence, innovation and impact, accountability, care, social justice, and sustainability. We have been changing the world for more than a century. We continue to pave the way and inspire a fresh stream of knowledge and skill to follow in the footsteps of our scholars and alumni. We hunger for knowledge that will help us to be better and to do better. Our facilities encourage excellence, pulling us towards the light of new insight and ways of applying what we know. We lead by example, advocating sustainability in everything that we do. While we are making a current impact, we are also steering towards the future with the knowledge and skills we need to take the lead. The next years will be especially significant in our growth as our Vision 130 unfolds, which will peak in 2034 when the University of the Free State celebrates 130 years of existence. Vision 130 is our strategic intent to reposition the university for 2034. Join us on this journey. Together, we will go further.
student. Took a bit of a break just to process everything, and we'll see how far my next studies will take me. So first of all, thank you and welcome to everyone here. I know that there will be a detailed welcome and acknowledgement of special guests later. I'm very happy also to see a few of my familiar faces, people that had studied here in the past, and also some of us who have been here a long time. Thank you for the past 22 odd years. It's really lovely to see all the familiar faces. Just some housekeeping. The restrooms are around the corner to your right. And when we want to participate, please make sure that you come around the far side of the room to come to the front, because we would like to have access to the interpreters visually. I'd like to welcome Dr. Ngubane, and this is the sign name, to please join us on stage and give us the warm welcome. Thank you. Welcome.
Program Director, for the warm welcome. Colleagues, good morning to you all. My name is Nomalungelo Ngubane. I am from the Academy for Multilingualism. It is a great honor to welcome all of you. In our culture, if we are so excited, we dance and we sakikiza. Let me say it in isiZulu before I cut my tongue. If you see me being a little bit nervous and stumbling on my words, it's because I'm so excited, colleagues. This is the first ever event for the Academy for Multilingualism. Thank you very much, Hazel. Thank you to the entire Academy team for organizing this event so well. I really appreciate you. Colleagues, on behalf of the Academy for Multilingualism, on behalf of the University of the Free State, it is my honor to welcome all of you to this 20 years celebration of interpreting services at the University of the Free State. In our present, I will acknowledge Ms. Miranda. Thank you very much for your presence, Director of Quad. I know that in our midst we have academics from the Department of SASIL, academics from the Department from the faculties, our student in our midst. I welcome you, and specifically I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Ms. Modieri Njeyane, all our panelists that will join us on stage later on. Our interpreters, colleagues, we welcome you all, and we are really honored to have you among us. The University of the Free State is deeply committed to advancing inclusivity, diversity, and accessibility in higher education. Our deaf alumni and those that our students at the University of the Free State, we embody their resilience and excellence as well as leadership, and we are proud to celebrate these 20 years of interpreting services at the University of the Free State. Our gathering today marks the next chapter in terms of providing services at the University of the Free State, the next successful journey that is ahead of us. We really appreciate your presence. We really appreciate you taking time to honor this event. Like I said earlier before, we really welcome you. Please feel free at the Academy for Multilingualism. Make this your home moving forward. I really thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nkubane. Thank you so much. Next up, I would like to welcome Marti Miranda from Quads. And she's been working here for so many years. I just want to sidetrack. When I was a student on Southern Campus, there were no interpreters there, very little, 1 or 2, and she interpreted for me. I think about 3 years. And then she moved up, setting up the interpreting here. So I'd like her to come to the stage and tell us a bit about the history of sign language interpreting at the Free State University. Welcome.
What a day to see all of you here. I would like to firstly say thank you to the Academy of Multilingualism for doing this event and bringing our deaf alumni and interpreters with our new deaf students and interpreters together. It is really something to look back at, and you can think what I've been doing over the weekend is really trying to delve into the archives of memory in terms of where this service started. And it would be wrong if I don't start at the very beginning. Okay. And I have 2 disclaimers before I start. One, I might be mentioning the wrong year, okay, because institutional knowledge seems to sit with me and I need to share that with you. And I think it's important that it's captured today so that it is somewhere to take forward, because it is a milestone to say that we're here for 20 years, the sign language interpreting specifically. 2, I am going to refer to the development of sign language interpreting as a profession, specifically the service at the University of the Free State, but then also refer to the development of deaf students on the other side. Okay, so to compare the 2 is also important, because that at the end is why we have the service, is for the deaf students. So I'm looking at Susan Lombard, my comrade, and Emily Matabane, my comrade. In 1994, I think, the Unit for Language Empowerment, no, the Unit for Language Facilitation and Empowerment was established at the University of the Free State. Why? Because in 1994, there was a need for spoken language interpreting, okay, in government, and so at the University of the Free State as well. Most of the University of the Free State's management meetings happened in either English, Afrikaans, or Sesotho. And there were spoken language interpreters at the meetings. And you can think at the time, with 1994, post-apartheid, it was important that people understood each other using their own languages. In 1996, the Sign Language Department, the South African Sign Language Department at the University of the Free State started. And it was with 3 people, Dr. Philemon Akash, Emily Matabane, and basically Susan Lombard, and there might have been other people as well. Then for the first time, in 1997, there was an orientation course in South African Sign Language offered by the department. Now, please bear with me. I grew up in a home with deaf parents, At that time, we didn't even know sign language is an actual language, while I've been interpreting all my life. Sign language department then offered this orientation course, and our eyes opened in South Africa. Realizing that South African Sign Language is a language in its own right, for the first time. The deaf community even didn't know. So it started at that time. Then in 1998, the university had a course, Advanced Diploma in South African Sign Language Interpreting. And Susan and myself were the first two trained and qualified sign language interpreters in that course. Amandla. In 2001, the Unit for Students with Disabilities was established. Okay, that's now something separate from the sign language department, with something like 5 blind students, no deaf students at the time. And another disclaimer, at this university, we also recognize that deaf people don't see themselves as disabled, okay? But we provide a support system from the Unit for Students with Disabilities at that time to deaf students, okay? I'm saying this very specifically, and it will come through later. In 2005, only 4 years after the Unit for Students with Disabilities was established, the first deaf student arrived at the University of the Free State. With no sign language interpreter at the time, they grabbed someone that was busy studying her honors in sign language, okay, and appointed her as a contract sign language interpreter. Okay, so she wasn't appointed full-time, but within the Unit for Students with Disabilities. Because we are busy transitioning, people didn't understand that sign language is a language, and it was seen as helping a deaf student. So that's why the Unit for Students with Disabilities had that function. Okay? Then, in 2009, and guess what? That's when I arrived. So that's how old these chairs are newer than me. So in other rooms, they might be furniture as old as I am. But in 2009, there were 5 deaf students, and then I was appointed as the first full-time sign language interpreter at the university, within the Unit for Students with Disabilities. Okay. Now, with 5 deaf students, obviously one interpreter couldn't do it. So we made use of ad hoc interpreters as well. So we requested interpreters externally from outside the university to assist, and a lot of sign language students that were studying communication science, for example, and had sign language as a subject, we pulled them in. Today they are TV interpreters, by the way, but they then started to interpret also in classrooms. So it was never really, your qualified sign language interpreter, okay? It was studying a degree with sign language as a module, and then became interpreters and had training after, sort of thing. In 2012, we had our first deaf graduate. That same deaf student that started in 2005, then graduated in 2012. Now, not because she failed, okay? It's because she changed degree. Okay, she started with one degree and then decided to move to another. Okay, so, and before she even finished the first degree, she wanted to do something else, and then she graduated in 2012. Sorry, I've now moved my notes. Okay, and we had about 6 deaf students then in 2012, with still just one full-time sign language interpreter appointed at the unit for students with disabilities. But there was a definite need that increased, and that was to support deaf students academically. Not necessarily with sign language interpretation, but with additional academic support. Also, at the same time, external sign language interpreters that were working on an ad hoc basis for the university at the time complained to say that the spoken language interpreters at the University of the Free State were getting more per hour than the sign language interpreters, because the unit for students with disabilities, because its disability budget, okay, is very small, had to pay a lesser fee per hour for sign language interpreters. So much so that the interpreters were not committed anymore to really interpret at the university. 2012, the unit for students with disabilities then went through a process of writing a proposal to the university management to ask that the sign language interpreting function moves to the unit for language facilitation and empowerment, because that's where it belonged, as a language issue and an access issue, an interpretation issue, okay? So that the unit could then solely focus on the support to deaf students. In 2013 or 14, the Unit for Language Facilitation and Empowerment was no more. Okay, I guess because of the need for spoken language interpreting decreased, the university management could then conduct their meetings in English, and there was no need for interpretation, so the unit eventually closed. In 2015, the language policy of the University of the Free State was revised, obviously removing the spoken language interpretation at meetings and all of that. But that's at that time, the Unit for Students with Disabilities became the Center for Universal Access and Disability Support, known as QUADS today. Then requested that sign language be included in the language policy in 2015 when they revised it. I must just add, I think it's something that we can be proud of, is that the University of the Free State is the only university in the country that has sign language, South African Sign Language, in their language policy. Yeah. Okay, so although the spoken language is stopped, the sign language interpretation coordination continued within top management because of the interpreting of meetings, management meetings at the time, was at top management. They took in the interpreting services in the registrar's office. Okay. And there it was housed. More deaf students graduated, and registered deaf students were between 7 to 10 per year over the years. And we even started with team interpreting. Now, Emily briefly touched on how there was a time where we interpreted one interpreter per class. Because I was the only full-time employed interpreter, I'm not saying this because it was me and you must feel sorry for me, but literally 8 hours a day you would interpret alone. You might have a 30-minute break in between, okay? Because the profession was also very small, but it has grown over the years because of people becoming more aware and so forth. So we started with team interpreting, 2 per class as well. In 2021, the Academy for Multilingualism was established. And can I tell you, at that time, I was nervous that they're going to say sign language must come, the interpreting must come back to quads. I sat at the edge of my chair thinking, if that is done, then we're defeating the purpose of saying that it's a language issue. And then top management had a meeting. We were concerned about the qualifications of sign language interpreting as well. There's too many community-based interpreters that are pulled into higher education institutions to interpret with no qualifications. And are we doing justice to the deaf students having to study their degrees? We've had a student with postgraduate studies who might have not received the correct interpretation on her level because interpreters not knowing how the academics work, not having background, you know, in terms of masters and honors. So are we really doing the student justice? So there were really questions going around. In 2023, interpreter services then moved from top management to the Academy for Multilingualism. 2024, South African Sign Language is an official language, recognized as the 12th official language of the country. We have a deaf SRC member in 2024 for the first time. Then we had 4 interns appointed with the idea of having them trained to become part of a pool of qualified interpreters as one of the solutions that the university wanted to take the route of in interns to create a bigger pool of qualified sign language interpreters. 2025, today, we have 10 deaf students. We have 5 sign language interpreters. Not full-time employed, though. It's also ad hoc still, external, and 1 full-time appointed sign language interpreter within the Academy of Multilingualism. And within Quads, a person who knows sign language that can communicate with the deaf person to provide academic support. We also have another deaf SRC member in 2025. And this, in particular, raises so much awareness. You don't understand the impact of that. And this is where we are today. Today, it's not without challenges. Definitely not. Today, I had a conversation just before to hear how interpreters are charging exorbitant amounts of money for fees as sign language interpreters, riding on the backs of the deaf community. And then, do our deaf people really have access? You know, it's questionable. It's also a challenge that at the University of the Free State, deaf students have more access than the deaf community out there. What is it that we do as a university to also assist? We have our deaf alumni who's now working, employed in a government department with no access to a sign language interpreter. So much so that she's saying this morning, I wish I can come back to university because at least I have access here. So what is it that we're doing with the sign language interpreting profession today? Where are we going forward? What is our role within the community, with the rest of the deaf community? And then also a big shift, and just because of my background as the head of Quads, is that basic education, the Department of Basic Education, is looking into streamlining special schools. Not of mainstreaming, not streamlining, sorry. Mainstreaming special schools. So we're talking about deaf learners having to go to hearing schools where there might not be sign language interpreters or a teacher that knows sign language. So will the need for sign language interpreting change? Are the questions that we have to ask ourselves. What kind of deaf student will be accessing the University of the Free State in a couple of years? We should ask those questions because we cannot control what's going out, you know, what's happening outside the university perimeters, because we are the higher education institution, and we say, as the University of the Free State, Vision 130, inclusion, social justice, as part of the vision. But what is it that we're doing for deaf people? You know, access to higher education and access through sign language interpreting. And then also, what are we doing in terms of the development of the profession? Specifically, and having qualified sign language interpreters to be on the level of our deaf students in their particular degree that they're studying and with the necessary experience. So thank you. It was lovely to delve into the history, and I hope that provided you with some insight to where it started, where it comes from, and where we are today, knowing that sign language interpreting is at the right place now, in the Academy for Multilingualism. So thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, Marti. We want to just applaud you. Wow. Remembering all that history, and it started with development, yes, and the one thing that we lobbied for eventually created so many other things. So I applaud the University of the Free State as well. I'm sure the Academy for Multilingualism will work hard to make sure that we grow that pool so that the deaf community who comes in, who's coming, they need more interpreters, they need education, the community needs access, yes. So, yeah, congratulations on all the achievements. Well done. I think the other interpreters might say, oh, wow, 10 deaf people. When they started, there was only one. So hopefully it can grow to 30 and more. Just like the hearing students are able to access the university. So I applaud you for that. I would Just like to request for a 5-minute break before we continue with the next part of the program for Modiegi to set up her device. Stretch your legs, 5 minutes.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope that break has refreshed everyone's minds and we can continue. Just making sure that the presentation is available on our screens. So we can watch Modiehi sign her presentation. We can watch Deaf Culture live in action. This is true access. And her presentation will link to everything that has been said so far, making sure that it all lands. Our next speaker will be Modiehi, Miss Modiehi Njeyana. Let me spell that again. How do you spell that? Njeyane. And her sign name is Modiehi. So Modiehi is from Stellenbosch University. She is a deaf academic. And she teaches at Stellenbosch University as a lecturer. She's also the coordinator of the sign language course. She started in 2018 with the university, teaching South African Sign Language to hearing students. She ensures that they learn grammar, vocabulary, learn how to sign sentences, and be independent signers. She also teaches the LOLT program for those students who are learning to be teachers. And it's part of the literacy curriculum. She is also involved with the training of deaf education in the foundation phase. And that's where she participates with the Faculty of Education. She's also a facilitator for a short course that she presents at the University of Stellenbosch. She's also doing curriculum development at the moment. To ensure that hearing students acquire South African Sign Language and the understanding of South African Sign Language. She teaches to students who are studying various courses but chooses to also learn a second language, and in this case, South African Sign Language. She herself is also a student in the process of obtaining her PhD, soon to be doctor, and will be doing linguistics, researching linguistics for L2, M2 users. And she will be explaining to us a little bit more about what her research will entail. So it is a pleasure for us to welcome you, Modiehi. Please come to stage. Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you for the warm welcome, especially here at the University of the Free State, that you were thinking of me and asking me to be part of your celebrations. I think there's something I forgot to add to my bio. I'm also part of the PANSOLP NLB, National Language Board, and I also am a deaf poet. Those are the two things I've realized I didn't put on my bio. Or it's there, but it didn't quite come through. Thank you, Emily. So 20 years of interpreting, it's quite a noteworthy celebration to have. And in today's day and age, 20 years is quite a feat. I will be speaking a little bit about what has happened in the deaf world in that same time, and what has happened to our language specifically. Let me just figure out the technology quickly. Where do I point? Thank you so much. I'll keep an eye on this screen here. If you don't mind, I need to move this banner. There we go. I can see it now. So, South African Sign Language has a deep culture and a spiritual root in the deaf community. And that is transferred to children and the next generation. It is a legacy of visual storytelling and identity. And deaf people should be leading our language preservation and transmission. Historically, we've been marginalized or replaced by signed English in education, signed Zulu, signed Tswana, etc., in the place of South African Sign Language. And that is where deaf education happens. So the metaphor that I'd like to share with you today is when you look at sign language, but finding that someone from the outside is coming in and changing things. So let's look at the metaphor of orange juice. We squeeze that orange, and that orange, it's pure orange juice. But now someone comes and dilutes it with some water, and now it tastes quite weak. It doesn't quite taste like the real orange juice we know it should be. And that's what's happened to sign language. That's what's happened to South African Sign Language. It's taken away the ability to comprehend in our environment what sign language is. So yes, I've been teaching South African Sign Language 178, which is the module, since 2018. And we have about 120 students that I have to manage teaching South African Sign Language to. And it's really hard to manage them. I indicated to our faculty that I required an assistant because I was unable to do it on my own. How do I give feedback to the students that they are using the right hand shape, the right facial expressions, etc.? And the faculty agreed that I could then have an assistant. We now have split the class into two. Well, sometimes we do teach together in one room and sometimes we split it up. So together, as two deaf teachers or educators in this instance, we have been sharing the work. When the students come together, they will email us saying, oh, but I didn't learn this and you've been learning that. And we realize that, sure, as lecturers, we have different methods, we have different styles, and we realize that we need to make sure that the information that we share with them, what we teach, the content needs to be exactly the same because we want them all to succeed. When we do the assessments of these hearing students in the class, we make sure that they are doing the right thing. If they are not doing it right, we give them lower marks. If they can't do the right grammar, if they don't have phonology that's properly expressed, we make sure that the marks will reflect that. I will challenge them on that because I need them to be good in my language and fluent. I don't want them to feel shame for me as a deaf lecturer. I want them to experience the same quality of instruction as they do with other classes. I challenge them and they certainly challenge me. They don't feel sorry for me. And the fact that they challenge me back makes me realize that I am teaching in the right way. I also offer a short course in South African Sign Language, which I developed for individuals from outside of the university who would like to learn South African Sign Language. So I've been developing that curriculum. I've been doing it mostly on my own. However, I've been working with Professor Anne Baker, who is an associate professor from Amsterdam. So she's been mentoring me over the years, and I've learned a lot from her. It wasn't easy, but it definitely allowed me to grow. And now I can work independently, knowing what to look for, knowing how to compile the material that is required. And it has been successful. Those students who come from outside the university who want to learn sign language has been doing very, very well. I think we started with a short course in, let me get the year right here, 2023. So in 2023, we started with a short course, and we only had 6 students. And some of them were doctors and professors in their own fields. Here I am teaching them sign language. And they really challenged me. They had these linguistic questions that I had to be prepared to answer. And I really had to figure it out. I cannot stand in front of a classroom and not be able to answer them. And this really taught me to think in a different way. Because individuals learn differently. And that's where I learned how to adjust. Now the class is quite big. We have a lot more. And we hope that next year we'll be able to offer A1 as well as A2. Well, actually, I'm starting with the A2 level now on the 9th of September. So we'll be teaching level A2 for the first time. I'm really excited about it because it brings awareness to those who are staff at the university as well as those outside of the university. But as we all know, it's an old story, but teachers do struggle to sign. And that is then transferred to a deaf child, that broken sign language. And that opportunity for a deaf child to have access to early language learning is basically non-existent. They don't learn a language as they should. They don't have access to their language. And the consequence of that is that an individual will grow and learn and not learn how to approach anyone else, how to communicate, how to be the best version of themselves, because they don't have their sign language. So it's so important for our teachers to understand sign language and the importance of being fluent in South African Sign Language. But let's hope that this will land with our teachers. South African Sign Language is now an officially recognized sign language, or language of South Africa. It's the 12th one. And it's our time. It's not just about the deaf community, but it is about us as a country. Everyone celebrated that South African Sign Language is now official. It felt like I've been given power. Do you feel that power? Do you feel like you've been given a power from that recognition? So yes, recognition must go beyond celebration. We have been using sign language in our daily lives, and it's important that those who don't know sign language can see that we are using our language proudly. We don't have to hide it anymore. We can be proud of our language. And education, the policy must include the accessibility of sign language as well. To increase legitimacy. South African Sign Language, it's not just a tool for communication. It is a language rich in grammar, rich in vocabulary, and it's a language that belongs to a linguistic group. It's part of our culture and it's part of our identity. So yes, recognition must go beyond celebration, toward meaningful implementation though. When looking at universities, schools, places of service delivery, we have to ask the question, how can we create that unity, that coexistence? We've got sign language as an official language. That's great. However, when will it be implemented? And how will it be implemented? It's something for you to think about. It is the official 12th language of South Africa. It's been given the recognition, but that's just the start. It started 2 years ago. And since then, there are 43 deaf schools that we know of. Is sign language being used? No. Now there's only 38 schools. Only 38 schools that make use of sign language. And these schools are still not enough to ensure our deaf children have access. Our deaf children have a right to access language. They have the right to education. And education for a deaf child is through South African Sign Language. This is in our legislation. With sign language being a recognized language, it's legal. You have to have access in your language. But we need to ensure implementation, which looks like teachers being trained in South African Sign Language and language instruction at school for deaf children needs to be followed uniformly. It's not an option, it is a must. This is not us saying, thank you, we've got recognition, and this is the end of the road. This really is only the start. We need to take accountability for our own language. There's been a shift where, as deaf individuals, we can be leaders. You, me, we all can be leaders. But we need to also be included. So bilingual education models should respect deaf identity as well. When you go to a school where a teacher turns their back to the children and speak and talk about concepts that should be comprehended, they use total communication, but the deaf child needs time to look at the screen or the board, needs time to process the language, needs time to process the information. But we need to make sure that they do grow up bilingual. Deaf children can learn sign language first. Once the concept has been explained in sign language, you can introduce the spoken or written language to support the sign language. But most schools don't follow that approach. They use total communication, signed English or a signed spoken language. There's not a lot of success in the education system with that method. Very few of us are able to attend a higher institution of education. 1, 2, here and there. Because teachers teach in total communication methods. The impact of that on our deaf community is that most of us will never go beyond school in terms of education. Bilingual education is so important to us. Curriculum development should be deaf-led. The policies have been created and decided on for us. It was on total communication, sign while you speak, And those policies are convoluted. That's not acceptable. With sign language being an official language, we as deaf people should lead the development of our curriculum. There needs to be a creation of respectful and multilingual spaces to avoid that ideological conflict. And that means making use of South African Sign Language, my language as a deaf person. We can coexist. We can learn languages. And deaf people can choose to be part. As I said, we need respectful multilingual spaces because that is where we can really create those bridges. You cannot apply what is used by spoken language cultures to a deaf culture, to sign languages always. The same methods cannot be transferred. Deaf education and sign language is different. It needs to be learned from the ground up with a whole new mindset. Those linguistic ideologies need to be set aside, that it's based on spoken and written languages. It needs to be based on sign language, the visualness of it. But too often, those ideologies are imposed on sign languages. Would you go into someone else's house, walk in and start changing their furniture around? Would you? No. But yet this is happening to our language and our culture. The last point on the slide is about supporting and what it should feel like, what it should look like. It's not about pushing anyone aside. It's not about hearing and then deaf. It is about us coexisting, walking side by side. Because we have experience as a deaf community. We need support and protection, and for that we need collaboration. The war is not necessary. It's time to finish that. And rather focus on how we can fix things, how we can be better going forward, so that the deaf children, the next generation of deaf children, can do better. And stop looking backwards, but rather start looking forwards. The road is still long. There's still a long way to go. And challenges will appear. It's like driving on a gravel road. Eventually, there will be a tar road.
South African Sign Language isn't noisy, right? It's silent and it's powerful. I'm able to express myself in ways that are powerful, which is noisy to me. It has depth. Just because it's silent, it doesn't mean that it's weak. It's powerful. And unlike other disabilities, we are not the same as blind and physically disabled or wheelchair users. Hearing people understand them because they are able to speak. They share the same language. But when deaf people make a noise, then it's only when people start fixing something, But when we sign, nobody pays attention because it's silent. You walk right past us and you jump in and you change stuff for us because we don't make noise, because our language is silent. And how can we create that awareness? How can we create an impact so that people pay attention and support us? Hearing ideologies misrepresent South African Sign Language because it applies spoken language norms to sign language. And that leads to distortion, as I said before, and dilution. I think I'm missing some notes. Okay, now I've said that. Right, this is my last slide. So on this slide, we have what we have in the deaf community is trauma that was experienced. So you'll find people who are resistant, who oppose and refuse to accept something. They stand firm against pressure or change. These are all trauma responses. So the people who are resistant, they're upset. They confront. They are confrontational, and hearing people view those people. Oh wow, you are a problem, and that's why the answer is always going to be no. But we have to ask ourselves why deaf people behave in this way, or why that is their response. Because the system, their language, their identity, their dignity, those 4 things are disregarded. It's not seen as important. And that is why some deaf people's trauma response is resistant. And we have people like this in the deaf community. The second one is compliant, where people are willing to follow the rules, they accept people to control them, they don't resist anything, they stand back, and they stay silent. They've learned to be quiet. They've learned to smile, even though inside they're not feeling okay. So when hearing people come in and tell them what to do, they feel left out and they just accept whatever happens in that situation. So they don't speak out, they do the total communication, they speak and sign at the same time, or they don't sign at all. They prefer to then rather just use their voice because they want to adapt to the hearing way. And hearing people are comfortable with those people. And those are serious emotional trauma experiences. So we also have those people. Then we have people who are defiant. They show a bold resistance and they challenge authority. And they challenge the norms, they challenge limitations. And those people refuse to keep silent. They refuse to accept limitations. They want more. They expect more. If the system is a barrier, they don't just leave it there. They fight for it. That's not rebelling. It's transformative. So that's the third group of trauma responses. And it's our legacy. as deaf people. It's the legacy of deaf people. It's not the hearing people's legacy. We carry this legacy. We hold the baton. We have to pass the torch on because it's our legacy, and we need to roll up our sleeves and do that. Thank you. I'm done. We were doing well on time there. I would just like to say, Modiegi, well done. We just give her another round of applause. As Marty was explaining, with regards to the language policy of the university that needs to change, when I was teaching first years and second years and third years, they learned about the deaf community and the culture, and then they did their honors, and then they started as interns. So that helps to grow the pool. And then you'll have coders who have experience in interpreting, but that pool is not enough, or it's separate. I think it needs to be added to this intern group. So I congratulate you on giving us that visual. I agree with you, Modiegi. Children need language. And now it's the 12th official language, and this cannot mean that we are now satisfied and everything's done. This is where we roll up our sleeves so that we can take the future forward. I think we feel it. Deaf education is important. But where are those who come from deaf education? They need access to university. But we do need the schools to improve so that those children can transition. And that is where we need South African Sign Language. And that is where the NLB is such an important partner, because they go to the schools, they make sure that the policies are followed. And I'm hoping that they will also look at Stellenbosch University and not only Free State University. They make sure that the children have access to sign language so that they can transition and come to university. At university, we have 10 students here at the Free State University. It's quite a big pool. Other universities, Stellenbosch, I think they have 2 or 3, no, 1 or 3? 3? Stellenbosch has, yeah. Stellenbosch will have more that will come. Wits, 2. They have 2. Free State University is the winner. Ha ha! Ah la la! I mean, we've been standing and fighting. We worked really hard for that. Multilingual unit, please make sure you have interpreter access, right? Because we worked hard to get that. We'll support you. Quads is there, we'll support you. Deaf community will support you. Sign language department will support you. Get more interpreters. So we have access. Next on the program. Okay. My time, Modiegi signed so fast, or presented so fast. Interns, I hope you paid attention. You need to practice sign language. We, as the deaf students and the deaf community, encourage you to practice your signs and practice interpreting. We have some time for questions. Anybody want to ask a question? We do have time. Amahle, come to the front. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. I have a question. Thank you very much for your presentation, Moriegi. It's amazing, and you explained about the research that you're busy doing. My question is, maybe can you give a tip or explain how, at university like today, you explained sign language is our language, and people's ideas and ideologies trying to control us, we need to stop that way of thinking. So now that sign language is official, it hasn't been fully implemented yet. But people know this, but they don't really support the deaf. Some universities have two units, like the disability unit and the sign language unit, South African Sign Language unit. Then the deaf student comes, growing up in education with sign language, but then they come to university, they're kind of stuck because people's views and opinions are different. Some people want to control the language. No, it's not your language, it's my language, or you don't know your language. They feel they need better. How can we make sure that we influence those people when deaf students come to university, that they lead and not the university leading, because they have the deaf student has their culture, has their identity. They've learned the language already. How can we influence them instead of being prescriptive? Yes, so many challenges, but I think the main thing is the university. It's static, it's a higher education, then we institution, then you get school level, which is Department of Education. The balance from going from school to university, lecturers, research development, terminology development, you do need to learn the terminology used at the higher education institution, because it's different from the school level. You need to learn what is happening at the university. So it's the same with hearing students and spoken language. About access. Are you talking about interpreters or general? Okay. Many universities are not aware of sign language, so we need to maybe join committees of the university, maybe the Transformation Center or Transformation Committee. I am on these committees. I have to explain to them because they are not aware. I have to explain to them what it means and what universal access means. And with that, it takes time. It takes time to implement. Yes, it does. So when it's implemented, say, for example, the disability unit, and with sign language to assist, provide interpreters, or like provide some funding so that the students can study. That's the disability unit. And then the language center focuses on interpreters and providing access and language access. So those units need to be set up so that when a student comes, they are ready, and then they can just go through their studies. But they need to know what the student needs, because not all deaf students need the same thing. I need a full-time interpreter. Another deaf person might not need an interpreter, they'll watch captions and they'll take their own notes. Another deaf student might need an interpreter to do total communication in front of them. So it differs from student to student, and we need to match with their needs. We cannot cover everyone in under one blanket, because deaf people are different. But I think it's the point is, when a deaf student comes, real access looks like giving them what they need. And that is what we need to lobby for. Be involved in committees. Like I am involved in committees with hearing people. Because if I'm not there, who's going to explain to them? How are they going to know? We can't assume that they would know. We need to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another question? Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try my best here. I'm a little bit between South African Sign Language International Sign, but I'll try my best. Welcome, everyone. Yes, South African Sign Language is a visual language. When you learn a language, and as a hearing student learning sign language, they go on TikTok and they share the information there, and they go with the ABCs. And I'm quite disappointed because there's hearing people that can't sign fluently, but yet is making such a big impact outside with the hearing world when they are not even the right representatives of our culture and our language. So if you look at TV and TikTok or any of the social media, I mean, there's been a lot of interpreters where they go visually wanting the small block of an interpreter. They need the block of the interpreter to be bigger. Why is access for other disabilities so much bigger and more in comparison to what the deaf community needs? Okay. So, opportunity. That's the magic word here. It's about opportunity. There is a rising concern about it, providing a distorted version of our language, because those individuals don't understand our language properly. We have phonology we follow. We have skills. It is a language. But those individuals don't understand or is fluent. So they just go on to TikTok thinking the ABCs, it's our language. No, it's not. Which means it already shows that they don't understand or have enough knowledge of South African Sign Language. So as the NLB, where I do serve, we are trying to prohibit that from happening. We want to set up a proper unit of sign language research because there's no one doing it. We want the research to be the evidence and the facts that we can throw at people, that what they are doing is wrong, because here is the evidence. But as long as we don't get involved, those fake accounts will continue. Let deaf people teach first. Secondly, when you speak of the small block, when we watch the news on TV and trying to enlarge it, asking for it to be larger, almost asking for half the screen even sometimes, I'm not so sure that's going to happen because majority of people are hearing. And the minority, that's us as deaf people, that's us as sign language users. So it's about the ratings. It's about who watches the TV most. And it's the hearing people. Same with Tswana, same with Afrikaans. So sign language. It's such a small block. But why can't we have our own news bulletin in sign language only? Why keep fighting with the TV channels? Those are the big guys. We keep explaining to them, but they just don't comprehend what we need. So let's start our own news. That's my suggestion. Yes, and deaf people will have a job then. Thank you. One more question? Thank you. I just want to add to my add a question. When you spoke of the classes that you teach to hearing students, when you teach as a deaf lecturer, is there an interpreter present? Because how do you communicate with them when you don't have an interpreter? Do you write to each other? I just want to know practically, how do you teach your class? So yes, I teach with an interpreter in the classroom. And the reason that I do that, there are two reasons that I do that. I teach sometimes without an interpreter, but also sometimes there's a theoretical point that I'd like to explain, and the interpreter is then available for that in that moment. Sometimes the students have a passionate question. They're so excited, but they can't ask it. So if I'm just teaching, it's one way. and I end at the end of class and I just walk out? No, I want that interaction. I want those questions. Because when the questions are asked, we can conclude points. We can understand each other. But I also allow them to have conversations with each other in sign language, because that's also where I can see where the problematic points are, where they are struggling with their signing. And then I will tell them, okay, everybody look to the front of the class. This is the one thing that you're all doing incorrectly. Please do it this way. And then sometimes, and with the interpreter in the room, it really just makes it easier and more understanding for them to improve their signing skills, because there is someone there to assist with explaining the theory, explaining what it is that they're doing wrong, and giving them the correct ways. So I know I do it differently, and others might teach differently. Are there any more questions? Yes, you may come to the front. Okay, so this is my last question. I know that there's a policy at the university that now says interpreters need to be qualified. There are interpreters who have qualifications and those who don't, but they still have very good skills because they might have been experienced, they've picked up experience over many years. But a person with a qualification doesn't necessarily have the correct signing skills level that we require. Because now we're stuck with a policy that it can exclude those interpreters who have the experience and the skills that we require, and we almost prefer them. Those who've just started to learn sign language or have only recently qualified, they haven't been exposed to the interpreting that we require at this level. So the university doesn't necessarily understand that part, that it needs to be a combination of qualifications and experience, but also those who are newly qualified don't necessarily have the deaf cultural experiences. They haven't been in the field long enough, but those who have the experience don't necessarily have the qualifications. So how do you balance that out? Yes, exactly. That has been popping up, I must say. And if we look at, mostly it will be hearing people at the university who decides who the interpreter will be. They look at a CV and go, I'm sure this person knows how to do their job, and that's it. But there's no checking in whether that person is actually a good interpreter. On paper they have it, but practically, sitting in the classroom with an interpreter who cannot sign properly, I'm the one as a deaf person struggling, not the interpreter, because their skills are not what it should be. But also it's because it's a hearing panel who appoints them, and not us as deaf people or deaf users of the service. Those interview panels must include deaf representatives. Those deaf consumers or users of the service will tell you what is needed. And they need to lead that interview panel, telling them what they need, making sure that the interpreting is correct, practice or give them a test where they sign as well as voice into a spoken language. And from those assessments, be able to see whether they are fluent signers. Then you only check, do you have the qualification as well? Do you have the CV that will fit? When you look at the shortlist, you go, oh, these ones are sidelined because they don't have the qualification. But those with qualification, they don't have the necessary experience nor the skills to provide the service we need. We need to have that flexibility of employing interpreters who have the skills but not necessarily the qualifications. Once they've proven their interpreting skills and linguistic skills, then only should they come for that interview. And we need to assess them properly before we appoint them. If they're not good enough, they're not good enough. If we provide them with a video that I've signed, they should be able to voice it. and not struggle. And I can see when a hearing person cannot understand my signing because the interpreter is voicing incorrectly. And the same with signing. So I can see, I struggle to understand the signing, but we also need to test the spoken language that is utilized in that space, not just the sign language. Once we can prove and provide those assessments to the rest of the hearing panel, they will realize where we are getting stuck, why there are interpreters with the qualifications but not the necessary skills. We do need to look at combining and looking at the skills as well as the qualifications. And together, that needs to be the deciding factor, whether an interpreter is employed or not. And that should be the same thing happening with a teacher for the deaf. The panel should have, sure, parents and hearing people, but what about those deaf children? They can also be part of the panel and say, that teacher cannot sign. That teacher, I do feel like I resonate with them, or I don't. And then you decide whether the interview can carry on or not. Making sure that at that level already there is a decision led by deaf people, and we need to be aware of that. But that needs to be happening more and more as we go along. Thank you. Are there any more questions? Yes? I'm so sorry. There's a microphone needed for a question. Do you need a relay interpreting?
I can speak with my natural voice. I'm fine. Thank you very much, Modieli. Modieli, thank you very much for the powerful talk. We really appreciate that. My question to you is, the rise of artificial intelligence in education, especially in higher education, and the opportunities that it provides for the learning of our students, for the teaching, as well as for the academic support. How can we ensure as a university that our deaf students and lecturers are not left behind in terms of accessing this powerful enhanced learning provided by artificial intelligence? What do we think is the gap, and how can we best fill the gap as higher education? Thank you.
What an important question. AI is extremely useful to us as deaf communities. It is certainly a tool, but we need to use it responsibly. If you look at just kids who are hearing, or even students who are hearing at the universities, I mean, they're already making use of AI. When it comes to the assignment time, because they've been partying all week, but tomorrow the assignment's due, they just plop it right in there for AI to create, and they copy and paste, submitting their assignments. That happens. Is that a responsible way of making use of AI? No, it's not. So it is a tool, but it needs to be utilized responsibly. You still need to mentally invest in your assignment. AI can be a useful tool to bring literacy levels up, meaning I can develop my language, my English, because I'm using AI to assist me. So you're the one who controls AI. You are not controlled by AI. So you need to know what it is that you want to say. Ask AI to edit your English, not create it. Because English, academically, it's difficult. But you need to first create your own content in whichever way you feel you can, using the right resources, citing the right resources, and then putting it into AI, asking to edit your grammar, to edit your English. And then you read it again. Don't just submit from there. Because AI can get quite creative. You don't just copy and paste. The lecturer will look at it and go, that's a little bit convoluted. I'm not sure what you mean by that English. So AI can also not be your friend. make sure that you reread before you finally submit, even though it comes from AI. Use your time wisely and make sure that you spend enough time in creating your assignments. It can also help in developing your vocabulary in English, looking at how sentences are constructed, also looking at how academic English is written. AI can definitely help you in developing your spoken language and your written language and making use of it. It gives you a sense of independence. So for deaf people, that definitely gives us a lot of independence.
Thanks. More questions? No.
I'm audible, you can hear me. Thank you so much. My name is Rikiwe Matebula. I am from the PEN South African Language Board. I would firstly like to start by congratulating the Academy for Multilingualism for this session and for inviting someone like Modiegi. I'm very much impressed with her presentation and seeing a deaf person being a good role model to other students at this university. It's very impressive to see deaf people progressing and furthering their studies, considering the challenges that they come across in terms of gaining access, first from school and then to academic institutions. In terms of appointment of interpreters and the skilled ones compared to those who have qualifications, it's been a big challenge. We also have the same in the government sector, where interpreters are appointed and then the deaf people are not in support or do not understand the interpreting that is being provided by the appointed interpreter. So it's very important for everyone to note that when we appoint these interpreters, they are for the deaf people. Even in institutions, it is indicated that you should appoint an interpreter based on the preference of the deaf, because this person is going to provide services to the deaf people. And again, qualifications are also important where they need to understand the professional part of South African Sign Language interpreting. My question then is on when you say that deaf professionals must lead and they should make decisions on the curriculum. So I'd like to find out if there's any plan on how this can be done for now, because we know it's a big challenge. Deaf people complete their matric and they cannot write properly. It's a big challenge. And right now when people ask us what should be done now, there's no specific plan. So perhaps within the National Language Body, you can come up with a plan on how these deaf can be involved and how the education system can be changed in South Africa, because it's a serious problem. The second question, I'd just like for you to elaborate on the issue of trauma of deaf people. I think you spoke about it, but you didn't go deep enough, which is something that hearing people don't understand. Every time there are meetings between deaf people and hearing people, there is that conflict or friction because of the response that you'd get from deaf people, where the hearing would be saying, we are trying to help you. At the same time, all that you do is just criticize, all that you do is just complain, and then they withdraw from providing services to the deaf people. So maybe if there can be a way that the two parties can understand each other, because it has happened where deaf people, just hearing people, pardon me, when they're supposed to provide a service, they just feel like deaf people are just too confrontational and they just abandon the project. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, just to answer you, you were talking about schools, right? The education system. We at the NLB, we are busy focusing on education and interpreting. Those are the two major issues that we have been discussing and we're busy with. The deaf school system, so the Department of Basic Education, needs to be invited by PANSALP and the various stakeholders needs to be invited so that, and also the maths subject expert, maths, science, those subject experts, they need to also come together and discuss the things where are the problems, where does the problems lie, and then discuss solutions and take that phase by phase so that we can start afresh and leave the problems behind and start with a new, fresh system. Because at the moment, the school system is very old and it's been following the same system for years. So the system needs to change. And that needs the involvement of Department of Basic Education. So we're planning to do that at the NLB. We're busy with that. To your second question, well, trying to solve personalities, trying to fix personalities, it's already ingrained in people. It's quite difficult because the emotional trauma of oppression that has repeatedly happened through the years and through the system is still happening. Because of people interfering with our language, my language, telling deaf people what to do, controlling them. So the resistance is built up. And I mean, there are some deaf people who hate hearing people. When the person comes, they would just walk away because of repetitive neglect. And for many years, this trauma has built up. And they've never gone to a psychologist because there's no access. So they've never had an opportunity to get rid of this trauma. So they've kept it inside all their lives. And now when deaf people come together, they at last have this opportunity to debrief, but in private, they have no opportunity. Or they can't do it in private or confidentially because people will tell other people what they were saying. So, and I think that starts from when they are children, when their parents feel like this child is acting out, but it's just because the child is frustrated, not understanding their own parents not understanding them. Because their parents can't communicate, they can't sign to the child. So that is where it starts. I mean, the child feels left out. It's ingrained in them. So it's all of these years of trauma. And we cannot blame deaf people who react in that way. We need to understand why it's happening. That's the first thing. I think the majority of deaf people fall within the blue category because they don't want to confront anyone. They just accept everything as it is. They'd rather protect themselves and they don't want to have conflict. But it's because of too many years of that trauma and doing whatever other people have told them to do. So yeah, this is why. And how to improve this situation, I think, have workshops, teach people life skills and social skills, social behavior skills. Many hearing children grow up hearing these type of things spoken and how to behave. But deaf people don't have access to that. So incidental learning doesn't happen for them. People tell them, no, but this what you're doing is wrong. But they don't know why it's wrong. They think it's normal. I didn't grow up with parents who could communicate with me. I had to learn how to behave and adjust myself. I'd have to ask people to show me how. I had to do my own research. And I've experienced a lot of challenges, but I went through it. And I think as deaf people learn how to become a better person themselves, it's a psychological thing. Mental health is a serious issue in the deaf community, and that because they're frustrated because of years of oppression. And we need training for psychologists, teach them sign language. Yes, having an interpreter in these sessions, it's not always comfortable to have it in a therapy session. If the psychologist can one-on-one communicate with a deaf client, it's more private. It's more confidential because deaf people are scared everybody's going to know their story. They might be afraid that interpreters go and share their stories, and that's why they do not necessarily trust interpreters. So specifically psychologists is, what we also need to have access to. Thank you. Tino, you had your hand up. Oh. Tandulwe to not Tino, interpreter's mistake. Hi everyone, I have a question for you, Modieri. You responded to Amagle's question about the people who are appointed as interpreters. We, as deaf students, we sometimes feel our voices are not heard as deaf students. How do we set up committees? How do we be part of these committees that you spoke about at top management? Students have their own committees, the SRC. That is where you start. I believe that deaf students, you don't need to wait for hearing students to call you. Walk in there. Even if it's uncomfortable, make it comfortable for yourself. Go in there. Teach them. Make friends. Chat to them so that you can be a part of their structure, so that they are aware. They don't know. There are so few deaf people around, you can't even see them. So you need to take yourself there. Don't be shy. Try and be brave. You want access, right? You want to learn new things so that you can change it. You never know. You have a deaf person on the SRC now. And other universities, you should also have that. This is one way where you can get access to top management, is from the SRC. I hope I answered your question. Good. No more questions? No more questions? Wow, thank you, Muriegi. There were so many questions. I would like to say, well done. As you said before in your presentation, we should walk alongside each other, coexist. I love that. I love that. Thank you so much for your detailed presentation and explanation. Thank you. No more questions, right? Charity? No, not Charity. Interpreter's mistake.
Thank you very much. Just a last one on the issue of... sorry. Okay. Yeah, just the last question on the issue of students. At present, most educators are hearing, and we don't have many educators who are deaf. So I'm not sure how maybe that can be handled. I'm not even certain as to how many students are taking education as a study. I believe they'll be the best educators for deaf children. That could be a plan going forward, because it takes a while to train hearing people, to understand deaf people, to understand education, etc. But that's what we have at the moment. So perhaps then going forward, that's what we can also look into, where deaf are trained to be teachers to deaf children. Thank you.
Yes, I do believe, yes, the majority are hearing, but we need to bring in hearing as well, but people with a fresh perspective. not the old ways, because it's habits. They're stuck in their old broken habits, or they're stuck in their old habits, which is difficult to break. So even if it's a hearing teacher who is interested and has the passion, you teach them a strong foundation, and you grow those deaf and hearing pools together. You know, we can't solve the old people's ways, the ways, the habits that people are stuck in. You can't fix that. It's too difficult. You need to start afresh. And if people are passionate to learn sign language, that's great. You know, maybe once a week after class, they need a deaf person at school to maybe teach them, who is qualified to be able to teach. We need one of those teachers in every deaf school who can, a language expert, who can teach the hearing teachers every week, teach them sign language. You know, for years, until they are proficient. And it's not something that should just stop because now you're done, you've learned everything. It should be a continuous thing. So that is for the hearing teachers. But we also need fresh minds. Those ones who are already there, we help them to be more aware and not to do things in a certain way. So I think those are the two groups that we can look at simultaneously. But maybe we can ask government for funding to teach them sign language. As I said, we need to raise funds so that we can pay people to do it. I mean, it shouldn't be for free, obviously. So those are for the teachers who are already there. And then just back to that question about sign language interpreters with no qualifications. So if a doctor doesn't have a qualification, he's going to make a mistake, right? He has to study theory and practicals so that they can do both. So the same with interpreters. They have to study the theory and do the practice to be better interpreters. Lawyers don't only go and study theory, they go and practice, and they do articles to do that, to get experience in both. So it's the same with interpreters. Another question? People are so excited. They really want to ask you so many questions.
Thank you. A last question from me. At the University of the Free State, as from 2025, we have started SASL terminology development. We started with psychology discipline. My question to you is, what SASL terminology development you have done at Stellenbosch so that we can establish collaboration and do not reinvent the wheel, but we can share the resources so that we can, moving forward, we close the gaps instead of doing what has already have been done in other universities. Thank you very much.
That is something that we have tried to do, making contact with other universities to share our terminology banks. And it has been a struggle, really. It hasn't really happened. And therefore, we just continued with what we are doing, and there just wasn't a platform to share it. I think going forward, though, those deaf staff members within a university structure should be the ones who are responsible for sharing those terminology with other universities, having a platform, having a space where we can share that. It's not about we do and you do and we keep it all separate. It should be something that is shared. We are aiming with PanSALP to have some form of standardization of sign language, but if we don't involve the right parties, that will never happen. But having a space where we can share it, that's what's important. We need to negotiate those terminology items, those lexical items, and see where we can have the right platform, where it can be shared, where it can be accessed again and again, when we need to use it. But at the moment, there is, unfortunately, silos for that. Terminology do we have? It depends on the discipline where you are studying in. Could be maths, it could be different spaces. The terminology has been developed in those spaces. As interpreters, they sometimes struggle, but then with the deaf student, they will make a list and try to analyze and see if there's any other signs. And sometimes also together create some signs. But that's come to a halt, so that hasn't continued. We don't have a list that's being managed at the moment, unfortunately. In my classroom, I have specific vocabulary items that I teach in the classroom, but it's not connected to any specific discipline. So it's more conversational in general. One more question? I believe this will be the last one. Thank you. There's one question I forgot to ask earlier, and I think it's really important. When you spoke about where the trauma response of looking like you're rebellious as a deaf person, there's a lot that happens there. However, I find that there's no work from a hearing person who is now also angry and responds angrily towards a deaf person. That adjustment should also be considered. Being patient and understanding us as a deaf community is just as important as us having to understand you as a hearing community. That adjustment, that exchange of patience doesn't happen. Why is the burden of understanding on us as the deaf community? Why are we being told, oh, sorry, you're deaf, you can't do. You can't do this, you can't do that. I mean, when we hear that, we are angry because who are you to tell me? Why is it not shared burden of understanding? There will always be conflict. There will always be misunderstandings. And from the misunderstanding, the conflict will grow. Once we have calmness between both parties, we can have progress. It doesn't help when one person is angry and just walks away. It is about managing that conflict, having constructive communication and sharing of knowledge. But yes, there is misunderstanding, thinking that a deaf person is rude when they're just communicating. Understanding that, yes, hearing people don't understand our sign language. And they just look at us as with our body language and thinking and assuming that we are saying something which we're not. Communication needs to be clear, but that's where misunderstandings happen, unfortunately. It's not about who's right and who's wrong. Both parties are equally responsible to come to the table and have that communication happen. It's like a marriage. You have to sit down and communicate. Yes.
Switch it on. Muriegi, I just wanted to also respond in the following way. This is a very important conversation about understanding the frustrations from the deaf community, but also from the hearing community. And in the middle of all that, we work with sign language interpreters. That causes misunderstanding as well. Think about that. We trust sign language interpreters to be the bridge between the hearing and the deaf community, to get the understanding on both sides. But then when you work with a sign language interpreter that's not qualified and does not have that background and does not have the understanding of the frustrations, then that will not solve. How many times have we worked with sign language interpreters that does not bring across the voice and the frustration of the deaf community, or bring it across as, oh, it's not important, or because they lack the skill of understanding the deaf person? And that is why it's important to have qualified sign language interpreters and people with experience, not just qualifications necessarily, but an understanding of the deaf community as well. And when I was taught as a sign language interpreter, the first thing that you are told is that you have to, part of your code of ethics, it is said that you need to be able to transfer cultural differences as well in your interpreting, because you are mediating between two cultures as an interpreter. And not all interpreters have that. And I think for that reason is why this profession and the deaf community is progressing slowly. Because that full access is not there. The language was not seen as important as spoken language. The interpreters were seen as people who's helping deaf people, not as a profession and a qualification for that matter. So it's part of our history in this country. And it's really about creating a space where people can voice what they want to say or sign what they want to say, but with full access to both sides.
Moriegi, once again, round of applause. You responded to these questions. Everybody was so excited. They wanted to ask more questions, and you responded so well. So thank you very much. It is now lunchtime. Lunch hour. Back. Sorry, how long is lunch? 1 hour. Yes, 1 hour. Have some lunch, network. See you after lunch. Lunch is just outside. Okay, see you in an hour. Thank you. Hello. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. It was hamunati. Ne? Yes. Thank you to the chefs walking around. Thank you very much for the lunch. So, on to our program. We have the panel facilitators, Charity Morrison and Hazel Civil, who will introduce the panel.
Hello, everybody. It's so nice to. It's my bad. Hello, everybody. It's so nice to see all of you. A warm welcome from my side. I've spoken to each of you individually, but welcome again. So, our first panelist, we are very honored to have him here. He is a qualified teacher at St. Vincent School for the Deaf. He started at 2021. He is a PANSALB South African Sign Language NLB member from 2024. He's a national spokesperson for the South African Deaf Youth Development Organization. He holds a national diploma in management assistance. He holds a Bachelor of Administration, a PCGE, that's a postgraduate certificate in education, and a postgraduate diploma in deaf education from WITS. And he is also completing a Masters of Education at the Northwest University. He is the first deaf candidate to do a master's at Northwest University. He's also recognized for his contributions, including Best Community Builder with Disabilities in 2012 and Best Volunteer Administrator. So please give a warm welcome to Mr. Clifford Machete. Okay. Our second panel member is a more recent graduate. He grew up in Pretoria and he completed a postgraduate diploma in data science at Wits University. Before that, he studied econometrics at the University of the Free State. Don't ask me, I still have no idea what that means. But started with a bridging course and then moved to agricultural sciences before moving to econometrics. He then moved to Stellenbosch University and UCT, where he navigated the challenges with remote learning and accessibility. So beyond academics, he is also a part of the UCT rowing club. And there he has worked hard to learn teamwork and discipline. Please welcome, today he is focused on applying data sciences to address real-world challenges. Please welcome Tino Tenda Magaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we have Ms. Ntabiseng Mufokeng. Ntabiseng is a chairperson of the Free State Deaf Sport Federation and an administrative clerk in sports talent and identification. School sport at the Department of Sports and Recreation, where she has served since 2016. She holds a BA in Human Movement Science from the University of the Free State and has worked to create inclusive opportunities for deaf athletes through sport and advocacy. Ntabiseng has organized provincial tournaments, supported athletes, and strengthened the visibility of the deaf community in sport. As a deaf woman, she is passionate about empowerment, accessibility, and inclusion. Ms. Ntabiseng, please join the panel. Next, we have a current student registered at the University of the Free State, Ms. Amahle Jamana, who is a second-year Bachelor of Social Science student majoring in psychology and sociology. Born into a second-generation deaf family in Johannesburg, sign language is her mother tongue. At the university, she initiated sign language classes at a residence to help hearing students communicate with their deaf peers and hosted the official sign language SAZL event to raise awareness of deaf culture and history. Currently, she's the chairperson of Signals, which is the student advocacy or Student Association in Sign Language, where she advocates for the recognition and promotion of sign language. Ms. Amahle Jimana, please join the panel on stage.
Are you ready for the questions? My first question to you. When you studied at university, what was your experience like as a deaf student? To who's that question? Anyone? Listen, Tabi Singh. When I was a deaf student, it was in 2009. It wasn't easy. I was so nervous because at school they never prepared you for this. They just tell you, oh, it's a dangerous world. But as I stepped into university, I started to feel like home. And I don't know how to explain it, but it was smooth sailing, really. Yes, studying was hard. It wasn't the same as school. It's a big adjustment. But I was able to adapt. It took time. And it was nice to study at UPP because it's kind of like school. So, and then when I went to university, I really enjoyed it. But the journey, the academic journey at the University of the Free State was beautiful. It was really, I was so happy. I had full interpreter access. It was, there was no complaints. Yes, studying was hard, but the experience was beautiful. Over to you, Clifford. When I came to University of the Free State in 2015, and my first challenge was time management. So, for example, like this university is big, right? I'd look at my schedule and I didn't know where should I meet my interpreter, for example. So normally we do a bridging course to orientate you, right? So where you need to go, what lecture you need to be at, and time management was an issue. So I'd step into class late, and the interpreter was waiting for me. That was my first challenge. My second challenge, the lecturers were so fast that the interpreter couldn't keep up. And the way that I sign, for example, I'm from Limpopo, and the interpreter's dialect and my dialect was different. So that was a challenge for me to try and adjust and understand the interpreter. It was quite a challenge. My third thing was in semester 1, I failed my subjects. I did not learn anything. In my course, everything was unclear because the level of schooling that I got was completely different from the university. So I almost gave up. I was so stressed. Why am I failing? Why is this happening? I went to quads. I almost started crying because I had no idea what to do. I needed someone to help me. At quads, they assisted me greatly. I was relieved. I was able to do better in my second semester because of the support provided by them. As well as transport was an issue for me. They assisted me to, fix that. And I had some trauma. I had to go to a psychologist, and I had the opportunity to work on myself. So Quads helped me. The university has a center that assists students with language. So I thought that the failing meant that I am not able to do it. But I just needed to adjust. And I think orientation would have been nice to have. I even went here, I came here, and then when I went to orientation, I didn't have an idea what that meant. But then I remembered they explained some things at orientation. So, yeah, like I said, the other challenge was the interpreter and myself not being able to communicate with each other. Tino, yes, I came to the University of the Free State in 2017. I wasn't really happy at that time because I wanted to be a doctor. But my matric wasn't that good, so I went to Quads and I had the opportunity to do a bridging course. I spoke to my family. I was still unsure, because I thought I'd walk straight into university. I'm going to become a doctor. And in real life, it was completely different. I went to South Campus, fresh as a first year. I got the opportunity to do the bridging course for a year. And it was a real big adjustment for me because in the deaf community, we sign, right? Everyone's deaf. I get to university, it's only me and the interpreter who signs, and we had to adjust to each other. And it's a hearing world, completely different. ANC, EFF, politics, SRC, all of that. I had to write to people to figure out what's going on. I had to learn from my hearing peers. So I passed my year, 2017. And then I did actuarial sciences. And because I was ready, because my math was good because of my studies at South Campus, but that first year, it felt like I had 4 eyes because they went so fast, because I had to look at the screen, I had to look at the interpreter, it was impossible to do. I was really emotional, I had to go through it, but I think then in 2019, I decided, let's just change to economics and maths. I decided to do that because actuarial science was heavy. It was a lot of jargon and things that was very complicated. It made me feel a little bit better because, honestly speaking, sign language, we don't have in SAZL a lot of vocab for that, I'm not going to lie. I had to figure out how to sign concepts for I don't know how many years we've been trying to do that, and then myself and the interpreter would set up terminology. So it took some adjustment, and I'm able to socialize. I was with Clifford, and he explained business and economics to me, and politics and all of those things. So from him, I learned a lot. So the light went on slowly. Yeah. Oh, well done. Amahle. As you know, I'm a second year, right? My experience as a deaf student living here at the Free State is amazing. I'm going to be honest with you, not going to lie. Yes, I grew up in this deaf family, came to university with the majority hearing community. It wasn't really shocking. The first time I came here, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure that if people are going to understand me, are they going to understand my needs, are they going to know? But luckily, the university offered support. Quad supported me as a deaf student. The interpreting department provided interpreters, and to me, that was just an amazing experience. When I go to class, I can attend class like my hearing peers. I just need an interpreter. Yes, there are some challenges here and there, specifically in the classroom. Not many of the lecturers or hearing students understand what being deaf means, needing extra time, needing to communicate. We used to 2 languages because we have to look at the interpreter and relay it for ourselves as well, and people don't have the patience, and people don't want to speak through a sign language interpreter and all of that. So there are some challenges, but we do have to explain to them we need some extra time, we need a test room, we need extra time because our first language is not English and it's sign language. So I don't see it as challenges. I see it as an amazing opportunity, and many students didn't know anything about deaf culture, and they are eager to learn. So it's not only in the classroom either, activities on campus. Hearing students want to support us, they want to partner with us. So it's a very amazing experience that I've been through, yeah. The second question is in two parts. What were some of the challenges and what were some of the successes you experienced in your studies?
Okay, success and challenges. Okay, success and failures, really. Okay, so challenges that I've experienced. If you want to do a course where a deaf person has never studied in a specific discipline, it means they have no knowledge of what my needs are. The first response is always, sorry, you can't, you're deaf. And that's one of the challenges. It's the first response from individuals saying, oh no, you can't. Because no one else as a deaf person has done the same. And they will always respond saying, it's just too difficult for you. And then it becomes an opportunity to teach them, to prove to them that through my graduation, I can show them that I can be successful. Telling me that I can't, I will show you that I'm successful. I'm sure that department, that faculty of human sciences will now never be the same again. They will never use the word cannot again because of what we have shown them that we can do. I'm very sure of that. I mean, it's because of me, yes, I started it and I made them not use the word can't again. And by graduating, I showed them can't is not a word that's acceptable. Yes. My challenge was in my first year, in the first semester, like I said, I would arrive at class and during orientation, I was disoriented really. In the first 3 months, a lot of the notifications came through going, do you understand your assignment? I go, yeah, I understand. Interpreter, yeah, you're good. But I also realized that the language used in the classroom was of a higher level. Truly, I did not understand what was required of me. And time just flew by. I thought, I can do this on my own. I can do it. But then I looked at certain terminology and I saw plagiarism. I don't know what this means. I don't know what it means to plagiarize material. And I just went ahead and did what I needed to do. I created my assignments, I copied, I pasted as I would like I did in school. I mean, it's easy enough, right? Then I submitted and I'm thinking, this is amazing. I passed 90%. Woohoo! I'll pass. But then the next day, the lecturer will be informing everyone 5 students had cheated in this assignment. And I'm thinking, what? Could this be me? And I asked the interpreter, can you explain to me what plagiarism means? And then I realized, so copy and paste, it's a big no. Only after that incident, I went to the lecturer. I went straight to the lecturer and I told the interpreter, come along. And the interpreter joined me. And I said to the lecturer, listen, I did not get the instructions during the orientation. I thought when it said 80% plagiarized, it was a great mark, when in fact it was a no. And he said, well, you can't do that again. And I said, no, but my language, that use is not at the level as my hearing peers. So they really did shout at me and they were so angry with me for committing this plagiarism. But by the second semester, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I was more confident. I was proud of a lower percentage of plagiarism when I put it through the system. And I showed that lecturer, even though I made a mistake in the beginning, I was able to fix it and do better the next time. And I could see the lecturer was even proud of me. After 3 years, I graduated. And the lecturer, I called him and I said, come on, we need to take a photo because we worked hard together. It was Dr. Lees? Dupree. So they were very, very good in supporting me. And I wanted a photo with them because they also could see that as a deaf person, I was successful. I was so grateful and proud. from starting off quite negatively and showing them how it can turn into a positive. Okay, I have 2 points. Biggest challenge, really for me, was during COVID. It really impacted me very hard. Everybody stayed home, and we had cats at home, I had friends at home, and all these little interruptions. So the challenge really was, in maths class, they tend to go very fast. And I explained to the lecturer, please, I need additional videos and I need additional access to the material so that I can keep up, because I'm watching the interpreter and I'm watching the screen and I can only watch in one place at a time. So I fell behind. I tried to correspond with them. Interpreted videos were provided, but it was still problematic because I don't always have the Wi-Fi. So the connection was also an issue. And speaking or trying to negotiate my accessibility with the lecturers was challenging at times. But when it went online, they also said, oh, but you've got captions now. But it wasn't accessible for me. I need sign language to access my learning material. So that was a continuous challenge for me. Then when it came to the math exams, naturally I failed. And it really impacted my confidence. And I knew that with my parents' support, I was grateful for their support, that I could do it again and studied for the second opportunity. And I wrote the exam again, which I then passed. Very grateful. But the challenge remained, those changes that had to occur because of COVID. It just added more on me as the student to process the information I was given in a different way. I mean, a lot of the things happened in the evenings and the interpreters were not available necessarily. So I couldn't attend the live classes. Often I would get the videos and the material the next day at least, but it's life, and I was able to cope in the end. During COVID, I can also say that there was a positive, because the university wasn't too sure that I should continue with my course because I had failed twice. And I explained and motivated and wrote letters to try and tell them, don't give up on me, because I had already spent 4 years at the university and I wanted to graduate. And I really had to motivate for being able to continue. And in 2023, I graduated. So there was a success in the end, which I'm grateful for. I feel we all have very similar challenges. From what you have said, I can definitely resonate. But what I have achieved, and a success that I would say, like Tino explained, when the classes had gone online, the interpreters were not with me in person. So with that, the lecturers never knew that there was an interpreter present either. So there was very little awareness. When we are in class physically, they can see the interpreter there, they can see that what we need. And when they see that I'm deaf, they go, oh, okay, are you going to be online? Are you going to need something that I can provide you with now? Then often they would give me extra time, and it's easy for us to negotiate the process of the learning classroom, because I can now do it online and immediately have a response from the lecturer. So there was a lot more awareness, I think, also that came out of COVID. The challenge, I think the challenges are less because there is more awareness. We have shown them that we can. Deaf students, we can do, and we are ready to achieve our goals.
Thank you. Can everyone see me? My next question. Classes and lectures and tutorials. How did interpreting services support your learning in lectures and tutorials? Clifford, I'll go first, if you don't mind. So for class interpreting support, like I said before, time management, say the lecture started at 10 o'clock. The interpreter had to be there 5 minutes before 10 to be prepared, or 15 minutes. Nowhere to sit. Many hearing students come in and grab chairs, and then the deaf student, many lecturers are not aware the deaf student needs to sit in front, so they need to work with the interpreter. So knowing where to sit, being prepared, if there's a team interpreter, having one there, making sure that they can switch. So the challenge to me, when the lecturer speaks fast, that might have been, that could have been one of the challenges for the interpreters. And then we'd use an iPad and record the lecture. So then that helped me. So it was kind of like taking notes in class. If some interpreters, when they missed terminology, I'd help record it down so that they can get that. But with hearing students, they didn't understand my culture, and they didn't support me, my hearing peers. So my interpreter was actually there to support me. And, with Tino in the class, then he could also assist me to take notes on his iPad to record the classes. Then when the lecture is done, then some of the lecturers thought that they'd speak to the interpreter directly. And they didn't know that they must speak to me. And the interpreter needed to understand their code of ethics. So it was very confusing in the beginning because the interpreter wasn't really following their code of ethics. I think that's part of the preparation. So the interpreter in class is really important, and the support they do provide, but they just need to be professional. I forgot what the second question was. In class and tutorials. So with tutorials, also depending on the lecturer, the speed of the lecturer, that I wasn't able to keep up, I'd go to quads and ask them for assistance with the tutorials, where I need to have a one-on-one with the lecturer. Maybe they are busy. The lecturer can find a tutor for me who was a previous student who could sit with me. The tutorials really assisted me in improving my assignments and preparing for my exams. And the interpreters were part of that, taking their time to provide support for the deaf student. The interpreter provided services. It's impossible for them to just go the whole day after 4. So they that interpreter really worked very hard, and they were part of my tutorials. And when I had one-on-ones with the lecturer, private conversations, the interpreter would be part of that. So that was really valuable. Tabi Singh. My experience with interpreters in class and tutorials, compared to school, where you had one teacher who you could see, at university, I needed 4 eyes. Because when there's an interpreter, I wanted to see the expression on the lecturer's face and the slides and the interpreter. So it was kind of working overtime. But we had to adjust because I'm here to stay, right? I had to forget about what happened in school and how school was. And I'm deaf, yes, but the lecture halls were so noisy. At school it was so quiet because everybody was signing, but at university everything was so noisy. I couldn't wait for the lecturer to tell everybody to keep quiet. It's really noisy at university. I wasn't used to that. I never got used to that. That's why I took my hearing aid off. At school I wore it, but when I got here I took it off because it's too loud. It's just too loud. So yeah, so I took my hearing aid off and I studied with silence back to school. I was just not able to adjust to the sound and the noise levels. Access to class, everything was great. The first time I didn't know that technology existed, like Clifford said, when I went home, I would have been able to see what the lecture was about because I recorded the interpreter in the lecture. And when I was at the residence, I could catch up what the interpreter was interpreting because of that. But I've suffered so long for years and years because I didn't know of the technology that was available. I only realized it, I think, in my third year that I failed so many subjects because I had to look at the interpreter and I was falling behind. So my advice would be to use a recorder. I think that's the best way now. Record the interpreting, record the lecture so that you can go back to it. Tutorials. It's like a teacher, basically, which is nice. You know, you have your lectures and you have your class, and that's fine. And the tutor, it's just the two of us that would sit in the room, which was a very nice experience. And I thank Quads for that support because they really provided that. I think without Quads, I wouldn't have been able to graduate. We need Quads, yo. It's like they're the foundation, the backbone, right? And without Quads, I'm not sure that I would have graduated. But thank you to Quads so much. And I could go through the door and graduate because of Quads, number one. Tino, yeah, when I studied here at the University of Free State for 6 years, honestly, I didn't understand 100% of what was going on. After class, I would sit and look at the things and go, what happened? Luckily, I did have an interpreter. I would speak to the interpreter. We'll arrange a tutorial with my lecturer, and we'd sit one-on-one with the tutors for 6 years. Slowly but surely, they'd explain to me what these concepts and those concepts mean, and I learned a lot. It assisted my academic understanding, so that helped me. Having the interpreter, I use the interpreter most of the time. If it's something that I don't understand, or maybe the interpreter can't see at the back because they're signing maths and numbers and graphs, and then they'd ask me for the sign. So slowly but surely we developed a relationship to figure out how we would sign certain concepts. And the tutorials helped, especially for exams, most of the times. And also at Stellenbosch University, I also went to a lot of tutorials with the interpreter and the tutor, who is a master's student while I was doing my honors at UCT as well. So that's been my experience. Tutorials helped a lot. I hope those who are studying now, the young students, if you're in class and you are lost, don't think that's okay. Don't just rub it off as, something that you can deal with. Be honest with yourself. Go to the lecturer afterwards and tell them that you did not understand. And maybe they can give you some extra time and explain to you, or arrange a tutor. Your marks will improve. Yeah. Thanks. Amahle. Interpreter in the classroom, I'm not going to lie, honestly. I'm a student. I feel like the interpreters are my emotional support, because they don't only sit and interpret and then pack up and go. Interpreters ask the deaf student, do you understand? Are you sure you understand? They make me feel like, okay, I'm not the only one that's feeling nervous here, because they're with me in my journey. We as deaf students, I speak for myself. I think some students feel the same, but some classes as deaf students, we don't understand. Should we ask? Are we brave enough? Do we say, with 100 kids who are hearing, are we brave enough to put up our hands and say we don't understand? After class, the interpreter would ask them, maybe, do you have any questions? So then I know that the interpreter is with me, and they will come with me. They really support us in the classroom. They make sure that we understand. Afterwards, they'll make double sure if you understand. The interpreter is also supporting me in my journey. They're doing wonderful work. They're not only interpreters, but supporting the deaf students' journey to make sure that we're okay, because they know access is important for our studies. I came to study education, and if I didn't have access, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have studied education. So interpreters are great support. not only interpreting, but checking if you're okay. Do you want to meet with the lecturer? I have time now, making sure that you understand. So they don't explain to you and just take it for granted that you know what's going on. Are you sure? Do you need anything? So you understand how I feel. Yes, they were doing wonderful work. Ah, we have some interpreters here. Well done, guys. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I wanted to add something. Can we just, I feel really like my neck is going to break. Can we just move up a bit? Okay. My next question. Were there times when interpreting made a significant positive difference in your studies? Is that the question? Oh, wait. Were there moments when interpreting did not fully meet your needs? Tino? Wait. No, are you ready? Oh, yes, I'm doing this now. Okay. My home language is sign language because I have deaf family members. My brother, my auntie, they are also deaf. So I learned a lot from them. So that's where I learned sign language. So on your question, the issue when I was online, when I was doing class and honors online, it's at night time. I'd watch the captions. And I got really tired because it didn't match up what was said. Then I'd ask interpreters if they don't mind interpreting after hours, and they say no, that's not my time to interpret. So it was really a challenge. I think that was the one thing where interpreting didn't meet my needs because they weren't there. Clifford. When I came from Mateo College to university. So firstly, Charity, Keita, and Charity, they were my interpreters. They were the best interpreters. Others followed, but those two, I missed one. Who? Musa. Three of them. Charity, Keita, and Musa. I'm a very fast signer. And many interpreters really don't want to voice me because I sign too fast. So when I went to an SRC meeting or where top management was, I'd be angry, and the interpreters would go, yeah, sorry, I can't voice you, I can't interpret for you. So that's where it didn't meet my needs. So then that was at Mateo. So when I moved to university, I was so happy because Charity was here and Keita. I was excited, and they were doing so well. So then when they got new interpreters, I was kind of like, they're not meeting my needs because they need to understand me. They need to understand my background as a deaf student. You can't just appoint any person. If you appoint an interpreter, the deaf students need to know who that person is because they need to know what their background is. So say Tino is studying science, I'm studying education, Ntabiseng is doing psychology and etc. That interpreter needs to must have background orientation in those fields so that we can graduate. But many new interpreters who are appointed don't have that background information. Amahle, I think Tino and Clifford explained everything, but just to add, QUADS and the Department of Interpreting Services, yes, they work together, but they don't do the same work, right? The interpreting services, they're responsible to take the student's schedule and coordinate interpreters for your classes. QUADS look at your needs. Maybe you need extra time or transport, or you need to go to activities which is not part of your timetable and you need an interpreter there. then they do those arrangements. So the interpreting unit only arranges interpreters for your classes. They don't do the same work, but it's kind of same, but not the same. It overlaps a little bit. Tino and Clifford explained everything, but really many interpreters interpreting in class, some subjects, we can't choose the interpreters we prefer. Okay, we don't have a choice. We have to accept the interpreter who is assigned to that class. We have very few interpreters, and those interpreters are placed in a schedule. And sometimes that interpreter knows nothing about the subject. Say, for example, psychology. I think it would work. The person who interprets for me usually is maybe not available. Then they get someone in who knows nothing about psychology. They fingerspell a lot. They know nothing about the jargon, and that is a big challenge. So at university, we also have interns, and I find that a bit challenging because previously I was asking the question about the qualified interpreter and the experienced interpreter. Maybe you're wondering why I asked that question. So to clarify, qualifications are important. Having an honors is important, but experience also matters. Because in the classroom, the interpreter have the skills maybe, but they don't have the qualification. Now they swapped with an intern. Interns have qualifications, but they don't have a lot of experience in sign language interpreting. They're still practicing. So I don't understand anything that they interpret. So then I say, sorry, I don't understand. Can you repeat, please? Some of them they say, yes, I'll repeat. Some of them are so nervous, they just ask the other interpreter to take over. Not all of them. It's just a challenge that when interpreters are swapped and you don't get to have the same interpreter for the same classes, it makes us feel a bit disorientated. And then there's no continuity. As Tino explained, me as a deaf student and the interpreter would work together to develop certain signs for specific jargon that's used in the classroom. Now, when we've done that, all of a sudden I get another interpreter. Do I have to start again from scratch, explaining to them what each word means or each concept means? So that's where my needs were not met, basically. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. My next question. Looking back, what do you think worked well in supporting your studies as a deaf student?
Who's going first? Okay. So, like I've mentioned before, the challenges that we had was quite similar. In my first year, I really struggled. It was a big adjustment. New interpreters, new content, everything. When an interpreter and the deaf people came together, we could have our discussions with the interpreters, discussing what works best. So we could share strategy. We could share tips, ideas, and challenges. Also, to gauge the needs of the deaf students. Then we could see there was quite a bit of success. Problems were resolved and we were able to continue. We hoped that there would be more interpreters, and I'm happy to see that there are. And I'm also happy to see that there are more deaf students. It's important to look at what has happened, how things have changed, and how it can be done better. What's also very important is that an interpreter should understand the code of ethics. And the reason I'm saying this, for example, if we look at a lecturer who might want to communicate with someone, they will come and talk to the interpreter instead of to me as the actual student. The interpreter should say sorry, but you need to speak to the deaf person, to the deaf student, instead of just giving me a message that I need to give to the deaf student. And that is important for them to understand as interpreters, the code of ethics. Secondly, the interpreters work very hard, and I take my hat off to them for what they do. They're like a PA to me. They're like my PA, because they do a lot of work and a lot of hard work. For example, when I arrive at a classroom, if I'm in the wrong spot, I might be in the wrong class, there's no interpreter, deadlines have changed, I don't know what's going on, I'm lost. And then I realized, no, I'm in the wrong spot. There's a whole different place where I should have been. So, it's important. Work with your interpreter. Because together, you'll be able to find your way. It's a big campus. Things change. There's notifications at short notice. Communicate with each other, because then at least you know where you need to be. Interpreter was waiting for me in a different location than where I was, because I missed a notice. Make sure that you are prepared. You come to class nice and early. And the interpreters do that as well. I think that's about it. Yes, that gives me that oomph. Anything you want to add? No, he's really captured it for me. I think what I would like to add, at university, your question was, what support has made my experience successful? I would like to add my gratitude for allowing us to work with quads. If it wasn't there, we would have been lost. Because as the unit, if it wasn't there, we wouldn't be able to express our needs or have our needs met. There are many resources that we can use, absolutely. But with quads in place and the unit, there's really support for our specific needs as deaf students. Providing us with interpreters, providing us with different study resources that we need, even if we need to go to the library, or if we have any mental health support that we require, we will always have that support as well. And knowing that we can just go and ask for that support and just ask for an interpreter really makes it a lot easier. And it makes our academic journey a successful journey, because we have that support, not just for our academic journey, but also our holistic journey that we are here for. We want to be graduates, but without quads and the unit, we would not be successful in what we are aiming for. We would have a limited access. And here we now have very good access. So it allows us to truly experience the academic world. Oh, can I add something else as well? Yes, certainly. To also add to the interpreter's role, I take my hat off to them. They do a lot of things. For example, if they were to provide an interpreting session, or they try to manage the videos and the audio-visual material, maybe I need to go quickly to the toilet, or they support each other in that classroom, making sure that no information is really missed. They really try to, I know, as an interpreter, there's a code of ethics for them to follow. However, they sometimes do assist with a word and give me the description to just in that moment be able to continue my class and to continue with my experience and understanding. So the interpreters really do give us that ability to succeed. They interpret absolutely everything. And it's a partnership, but also a PA. It's like my teacher. Yes, not my teacher, but my teacher. I know it's my interpreter, but they've already gone through the academic journey. And the support that they can give me is really valuable. This is a university where the language used is so much higher than what we are used to in school. It's different. But with quads and with a unit, we are really supported so well. If it wasn't for them, we would really struggle. If I do struggle, it's easy enough for me to go and ask quads, listen, I don't have transport, can you assist? And they do. If there's a communication error or a problem or a challenge, they will step in and support me 100%. So absolutely grateful to what the interpreters and quads have been giving us to support us. Oh, may I add, please? Yes. I agree. Quads have been amazing in my journey. I would not have gotten to my graduation if it wasn't for them. I was very set on becoming a doctor when I started my journey. I was disappointed when it wasn't an option for me, but they supported me in finding the right resources, interpreters, iPads, but like you have to start one step at a time to obtain your goals. First, it was an interpreter. Some of them also became my friends. And yes, it wasn't some emotional support in there as well. We truly became family. If it wasn't for this family of mine, I don't know where I would have been. Thank you so much to Quads, hey? Definitely. Okay, next question. What advice would you give future deaf students when it comes to using sign language interpreters? Oh, I want to say first. I want to say that when you come to the university for the first time, you will come to realize that there's an interpreter here and there's access. But when they were at school, they haven't experienced what we have here. Here we are proud to have interpreters. We know that they are here to support us. It's not something to be embarrassed about. We share the same space. Those interpreters are there to work with us. We are both humans. They are not robots. They are not there to work for you. But if you need any support, you can definitely ask. Don't be shy to ask. They are always open to discuss it with you, indicating, can you just hold to the lecturer? Can you just hold on a moment? We just quickly need to catch up. Anything like that, you can definitely ask. Don't be shy. If there's something you don't understand, ask. The first time you start working with an interpreter, you learn that you are a team. And once you are a team, you will be successful. They are a key ingredient to your success. And that would be my advice. So for future students, I obtained my degree many years ago, in 2015, in sports and human movement. This degree is something that the Department of Sport, which is quite a small department, very, very small department, doesn't really offer a lot of job opportunities. So I would say find something that has a wider opportunity pool for you to apply to. So look at what the opportunities are outside and then decide what it is that you want to study. For example, deaf education. We need deaf teachers. Deaf sport, it's okay. It's not a promise you'll find work in that field. I am literally lucky that I obtained employment in that area. When you study something, make sure that you know what the opportunities are after the university. Whatever you choose to study and you're passionate about, go for it. But also make sure that you are realistic about what your work opportunities will be when you graduate. I know that we are constantly faced with, you cannot. But it's really in your mind. You can just go and do and be what you want to be. If they say, oh, sorry, you don't qualify, you find a way. Prove them wrong. When they say you cannot, go and prove them wrong. Don't just give up. Persevere, because you will break barriers only when you push them to understand that they cannot use the cannot. You cannot. That's where you need to start. Then also, the most important thing, never, ever give up. Never, ever give up. I've been here at the university. I've got blood, sweat, tears, everything. I went through the whole phase. I remember there was a time when I just cried every day. But now looking back, The WhatsApp, the communication that I have with others, had with other students, we all felt the same. There comes a time when you feel like giving up. Cry your tears, get it out. But remember, it's not just you. Hearing students have the same kind of challenges. It's a difficult journey to follow. But choose the right course and make sure that when you graduate, there is opportunity. There will be more opportunities for you to find employment. I'm lucky. I'm very lucky because I have found an opportunity in a very small field. So that's just a bit of advice that I would share. Yes. Okay. My advice would be on using interpreting services, that you need to acquaint yourself with what the interpreting relationship will be. When I arrived, I wasn't sure. I tried to figure out what are my strengths, my weaknesses, and also in the interpreter. I know they have a code of ethics to follow, but also that there needs to be a lot of patience and that there should be a partnership, sharing of information between both. I can see that sometimes the interpreters will approach a new student, but they need to make sure that the new student understands them and not just interpret and say that you cannot give any feedback. There needs to be feedback and debriefing both ways to make sure that both understand each other so that there is a positive journey. Once you are vulnerable and show that you have questions, that you do want to do better, by making sure that you express your needs, that's the time when the interpreting can provide you with the right access. And then you will be successful. Tino? I would encourage you to make sure that your mental health is cared for. And the reason I say that is because in 2017, when I started my studies, it's been 9 years. I've been at 4 universities. And looking back, I have regrets. I do. I was stubborn. I was proud. I didn't want to. I just said, I want to do this, I want to do that, and I didn't look at my mental health. I only focused on one thing. And then as I kept failing and I kept failing, my confidence, it also fell with it. I couldn't pass. And I felt very despondent. But like you've heard, we need to be sure that we don't give up. We have to push through and make sure that we graduate. I've been all over the country. I've met so many people. I've been to psychologists as well. I've been to counselors. I've been to places where I could look at my physical health as well. I'm left, but I write with my right hand. So my body also had a different way of moving and understanding that I might be left-handed instead of right-handed. But that was only after I was assessed properly. And I could then only understand why I was having struggles with my writing. And the psychiatrist said, because when you were little, you were left-handed. However, the teachers forced you to be right-handed. And this really impacted the way that I could participate. I always felt uncomfortable using my right hand as a dominant hand. And only after that assessment and having access to that kind of medical support made it so much better for me to find myself and find my weaknesses and know where I needed to improve. The psychologist had said that forcing me to be right-handed puts another cognitive load on my mind, and I really struggled then to process information. It gave me depression. It made me feel anxious. I had death in the family. I really struggled with that emotionally, mentally, within my personal life. And so depression was a reality. Anxiety was real. I didn't know that it was anxiety. I didn't know it was depression. But when I went to a health practitioner and they could actually tell me, hey, this is what you are feeling. This is how you understand it. I was able to continue. I was able to understand myself. And the whole dominant hand, dominant side, and where it came from, and the impact of that on my health, physical and mentally, really made me understand myself. So I really started to focus on me and making sure that I was the best version of myself. So make sure that you as a new student, your personal health is the foundation, and then your academic journey will be successful.
I just wanted to add, Amakhle, give the first year's advice on how to advise the first years how to work with interpreters. I thought of something to add. Sign language is our language. Sign language is not the interpreter's language. Yes, some of them are coders, it's fine, but some of them are hearing and learn sign language because they have a passion for that. So if you don't understand their signs or they use signs that is not a sign, as a deaf student, you have the right to ask them, what is that sign? Change that sign. Because it's your language. So to first year students, I know the first time you meet an interpreter, everyone has sign variants and they have to adjust to deaf students. I'm sure many interpreters can also say that not all deaf students are the same. They have to adjust to each and every person, right? So I think you need to find some time just to socialize with the interpreters, the deaf students and the interpreters, to mix together, to come together so that everybody can learn from each other and be able to adjust to their way of signing or their dialect. And also give the interpreter advice. If it's something that you didn't understand, tell them, give them advice, because we as deaf students have to give them advice. Feedback. If we don't give them feedback, they will not improve, and then the access is not going to be possible. So I encourage you to please ask the interpreter, tell the interpreter what the right way is. Interpreters are willing to adjust and willing to learn. But if we keep quiet, they're not going to. And they want to adjust for you and adapt to you. So ask them for clarity, advise them, or give them feedback, because otherwise it's just going to become worse. Maybe the interpreter will then meet other deaf people, and then after your feedback, that deaf person gives them feedback as well, and then they remember that. And they will become better interpreters. And Tabi saying about mental health, I just wanted to add to that. Quads, in the exam hall, not to talk about race, but most of the students there were white, for example. So they'd have ADHD or various kinds of disabilities. Most of them are white. And I'm black. Because I'm black, many black people say, no, I'm sharp, I'm fine, I don't need mental health assistance, you know. You need to accept when you need help. I forgot which year it was, but I failed 4 subjects out of 5. And I studied, did the same study path, same recordings, same lectures. I failed. And I was shocked. I was unsure of what was happening. I couldn't give up because I was reliant on a bursary, and I mean they can kick me out of university if I fail. So I went to quads on my knees crying. I mean, they knew what I was going through. And I had proof that I studied. I went to the lectures, I went to the tutorials. Quad saw all of the proof I had, but at the exam, I failed. So it was a big impact. And they advised me to go to a psychologist. I accepted because I wanted to graduate. And I went. and they diagnosed me with depression. And I thought to myself, where does this come from? And it might have been from school, but I only realized it later in my second, third year at university. It sounds like 90% of deaf people might have mental health issues, and it's just hidden. And because you failed, don't just accept that. Look back at what you've done. If you know you've studied hard, you've attended lectures, you had interpreters, what was the reason why you failed? Don't accept that. Go to Quads and tell them, and then they will be able to move you in the right direction. Go to Quads. In tears, it doesn't matter, go there. Their door is always open. I know it's difficult, there are strict rules to bursaries, but Quads is there for you. At university, mental health is very important. Maybe you've had mental health issues at school already, but you weren't able to identify those. But once again, thanks to Quads for their support. I know what mental health means now, and I can control it. I mean, from that time was the first time I actually learned about it. Never give up. Quads will assist you with your challenges. Don't let the fail don't just accept failing as the norm. So thank you. Okay. What changes would you recommend for the universities to better support deaf students? Oh, I love this question. I'm not going to lie. I love this question. Not only for deaf students, but to everyone at Quads and everyone who's here, the language, multilingualism, the Multilingual Center Academy. I think when you think of interpreting classes or how you can assist the deaf students' journey, organize meetings with the deaf students and get it from them. Try and listen and understand. Because sometimes, I mean, you might say, oh, these deaf students are too much. They have so many complaints. But try and look at our point of view. If you do something, think about whether the deaf student is going to be okay with that. Don't be afraid of us. We're not going to bite you. We are very, very friendly people. We have very, very good hearts of gold. We'll give you feedback. We'll give you suggestions. Work with the deaf students. Ask them for feedback and whether what you're doing is okay for them. Because that means to us that you're trying to meet our needs. Work with them. That would be my answer. Clifford? My suggestion would be to Quads. Have the interpreters and the deaf students gather for capacity building. Bring them together and make them do fun activities. I think that would break the ice. Have them do activities together, like team building activities, so that they can get to know each other, maybe once a term, once a semester, something like that. Maybe, depending on the budget that you have available. Capacity building can greatly assist people to understand each other, get to know each other better, and broaden horizons. I think Quads is like our parents, right? The parents to the deaf students and the interpreters. And Tabi Singh, I think this question, I don't really have an answer. I graduated in 2015, and if I have to look at the past, I think from that time and where we are now, I think the support is great. Everything was great. Outside world, sure, challenges. I seriously want to come back to the Free State University because I'm experiencing so many challenges in the outside world. My needs are not covered there as much as it was at university. So, anyways, we have to pull through and get through it. Now, thank you. We just need to let you know, we all know that deaf people love to talk, so that's why this is, we're running out of time. To Ntabiseng and Clifford specifically, university and the workplace, if you have to compare those two places, what is it like? Ntabiseng, I mean, okay, it was accessible when I was at university. Workplace? I want to go back to being a student. It's tough. It's really hard. When Modiegi was talking about trauma, my trauma is blue, really. I'm passive. I just do what I'm told. I don't get up and say, I need an interpreter. If there's no interpreter at the meetings, it's okay. I just accept it because I'm tired. It's tiring. So the difference in accessibility between the workplace and the university is completely opposite. Who's responsible to teach the people on the outside? I am. At university, we have quads. They tell the people, they create awareness. I'm responsible now. I'm a blue person. My trauma is blue. But it borders on red. And then I'd get upset because I've had enough. And then people would ask me, what's wrong with you? So yeah, university students, do not be too comfortable. Prepare yourself for the outside world. There's no access there. Sometimes you don't have an interpreter at your meetings. And then you're going to have to leave. So, please be an orange. Be resilient. That's what I'm saying. Clifford, yes. University, workplace, completely opposite. To give you an example, at the University of the Free State, interpreters were provided, we understood each other, they followed the code of ethics. Outside world, you have interpreters who take chances. They control the deaf. No, you have to do this, you have to do that. So on the outside, in the outside world, I'm also a leader of an organization. So I'll book 2 interpreters. And then they complain about money. Yeah, you have to pay me more. And that causes an access issue for me. Some interpreters are good, they're okay. They charge reasonable fees. They have a passion for the deaf community. So it's really a struggle. Not everyone is as accessible. I work at a school for the deaf currently. Don't really have challenges there because we sign. Everyone uses sign language, so that's quite easy. But in the outside, when I'm involved in meetings, PANSALP, etc., I'm a political person. I confront people. I want things done. And it's a big challenge with interpreters. Some interpreters follow the code of ethics, some of them don't. And I've seen this. An interpreter who's not qualified but has the skill, who's a coder. They have the qualification and they are a coder as well. So you have, interpreter backtracking. A coder who is not qualified but has the skills. And a coder who is qualified and also has the skills. But then people who just take advantage and do things for us because they want our jobs. So I think there's a big challenge in the deaf community out there. I would like to go back to university to make it integrate into the real world. Because at university we see things happen professionally. And it's impossible for us in the deaf community in the outside world to fix these things. You don't always see these things, but there's control out there. People are controlling the deaf community. It's a very different environment. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and I'm so proud of all of you. I know that the questions were tough, but thank you for your responses and your answers. Now we are done. Emily, we are done. Yeah. Who's that? Who's that? It's Emily. It's a new sign name. New sign name. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Wow, your experience and my experience was the same. I also, next time we'll be able to share our experiences because there were so many people here who wanted to express themselves and their experiences. Just would like to apologize. I'm not criticizing you, Charity and Marty, but quite honestly, sure. They supported me. I was able to graduate. And every single one of the students who sit here said if it wasn't for Quads, they wouldn't have graduated. And I've graduated, looking back now. Quads was there. They were providing interpreters, helping me with tutorials, extra time to make sure I had access as a deaf student. So, round of applause to you guys. Anybody have questions for the panel? Or a comment? No comment? Questions? Marty, I have a comment. Head of Quads has a comment, guys. She's welcome to. Microphone.
Since we were declared as parents, I'm saying, well done, children. I'm really emotional to say this. I admire young people who can face those challenges that you face every day and still make it. It's amazing that you finished your degrees. Amahle, you're getting there. That that you have made it through all the challenges that you had to face, because it cannot be easy to do your course and what goes with studying, being a student in a very hearing world. And I admire you that you, within all your responsibilities as a student, also take the time to teach hearing people to understand you. Your patience with teaching your language to hearing people. Your patience with misunderstanding between lecturers, interpreters, and, having to face all of that, plus study. No wonder you have mental health issues. So well done, and be proud of yourself. And I hope that the young deaf students have taken in what you've said today, because it's not. Unfortunately, we live in a day and age in South Africa where we have to together raise awareness regarding deaf people and sign language. And because you are pioneers, being deaf students and graduates, you are part of the process of teaching society in how to include people with disabilities, or then deaf people specifically. And unfortunately, that is going to be part of the road of deaf students for a while, because Rome is not fixed in one day. And we can just hope by events like this that we realize, how much work there's still to do, and how we can improve on services, and how we can better for future generations of deaf students coming to the university. So thank you for sharing your experiences. It's eye-opening, although you praise Quads a million times, but you did all the hard work. You did it. Thank you. Sure.
Why do you give me the mic? I'm not even hearing you. But who's this Emily? Okay, it's Emily Zuma, whatever. Thank you, Marty. Second, Sammy. And then... Thank you.
Okay, from the panel, from the interpreter side, we really appreciate the efforts that you are doing, and also the feedback that you have just gave us. Like, for an example, Amahle, you mentioned we must use the sign that you are familiar with. You must never afraid to tell the interpreter to use those signs that you are very familiar in class. And also, we like to thank you very much for saying it's very important always to give the interpreter the feedback, because if you don't do that, the interpreter will never ever improve. So we really appreciate, and also will work hard to improve on that. Back to Clifford again. Clifford, we also appreciate your feedback also. Like you mentioned a couple of times that the interpreters sometimes they don't follow the code of ethics. So it's very important to follow that as interpreters. Sometimes as interpreters we feel very comfortable, and we end up forgetting fundamental basics that are very needed, especially in class or in the world of the interpreting. So we really appreciate that feedback. So it's really important for you guys to always keep on giving us that feedback. And also, I like to commend you. You also mentioned about the team building between the deaf and the interpreters. I think it will work very well, so that always there is team building, but you'll find those team buildings, there is only team buildings for only the deaf people that side. And again, we'll have the other team building for the interpreters at some other side. So it's very important to be in one roof as all of us, so that we can break that ice. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I must say that you are all intelligent based on all your arguments and how you've managed to be where you are despite the hardships. So I'd just like to find out, I've heard that there's a challenge with interpreting services outside the university. So I'd like to find out your recommendations. Is it only the issue of having access with regards to interpreting services, or are there any other recommendations that you can make to make access easier for the deaf? Thank you.
In Free State, we have very few interpreters. I'm sure you know the Free State has very little interpreters. And I think also the issue of finances, that's too loud. It's too loud. It's a very big issue. Interpreters outside are expensive. I cannot afford to pay an interpreter myself. And the departments and the governments need to pay that. And we need to make a noise so that they can provide that access. Honestly speaking, that is why we don't have access. We feel left outside, feel left out because of the challenges we experience in this outside. Interpreters, not all of them on the outside, but most of them. I want to know where is this. The university knows the code of ethics, but what happens to the people outside? Do they even have access to this document? They need it because they argue. I tell them that they're not following the code of ethics. They get upset with me because you're giving them feedback. They think it's a criticism. So it's completely different from what we experienced here. I think the solution is we need this document. What does this do? Where's this code of ethics so I can give it to people on the outside? I don't know, because I don't know. I want that document. I think that would solve a lot of problems. I think our barrier is mostly there as well. The code of ethics and the budget. It's the fees. The affordability, I think that's for me. Clifford, I think to add, it's very different from the university. Code of ethics is the same for all interpreters, whether you're outside or inside the university. I think they first of all need to contact DEFSA, and I think, what's that organization? NASASLI, for the interpreters, National Association for Sign Language Interpreters, and then the Sign Language, or the Language Council, SARTI, I think. So they need to contact those three organizations. Many interpreters are expensive on the outside, but the quality needs to match. I think many interpreters charge way more. There's no standard tariff. The departments are not willing to pay that, and they can't provide interpreters for deaf people because interpreters are expensive. So if you approach those three organizations to work with you as PANSELP, to get a standardized fee structure and have the code of ethics to share that as well. Magle, I know I don't have a lot of experience outside yet. I'm still a student, but I feel like I want to add to what they were saying. I see many people on the outside and their experiences. At university, the interpreting services offered here is completely different from the outside world. Because they are appointed here, they're ready for us in class. On the outside, interpreters are not readily appointed. If deaf people apply at a company and they say they need an interpreter, the company goes, hey, you need an interpreter? No, just come to work. We have to advocate for ourselves. And interpreters are not willing to volunteer. It's, compared to university, they get paid here at university. On the outside, they don't want to volunteer their services because they're not getting paid. I believe that all companies should have disabled people working in the companies. I know we don't see ourselves as deaf, but they need to provide accessibility for all disabled people. And many companies don't know when they appoint deaf people that they have to have an interpreter there. And it's also not readily available. They need to go and find them. And then they make that our responsibility. A follow-up? Follow-up?
Okay. As much as a lot of this borders on career planning for deaf students as well, which is a different topic all in all. But I do want to just mention something about that. As much as you have full-time interpreters here, or you've got interpreters in your classes, and I hear that it's different in the workplace out there. As deaf people, you would unfortunately also be responsible to teach people about interpreters and that there's a particular code of ethics that they must follow. And that because interpreters don't tell that. They don't tell possible employers that we've got a code of ethics to work with. And so I'm not saying all interpreters. I'm talking about the interpreters that Clifford referred to that, try to charge very expensive fees, so much so that people like Ntabi Singh cannot attend a meeting because her department refuses to pay the particular fee that the interpreter is charging. It's too expensive. So yet, again, sign language interpreters are supposed to give access, but they're also controlling the access. And I think that's where Pansal can play a very handy role to help to make people aware of that. And I can just add to what Clifford is saying regarding the fees, relying on organizations for the deaf to communicate the standardized fee and to refuse interpreters that charges more than that. And it's really that bad because we have interpreters that are accredited SATI interpreters that charges less than people out there that's not qualified. That's how bad it is. And not just 200 rand more an hour, we're talking double the amount. So then, and then you expect that deaf person to have full access, and then yet again you sit in that meeting, then you have the deaf person complaining about that interpreter. How? You're paying that person X amount of money. So we really have to, the only people that Pansal can trust in that regard are deaf people. Yeah. And deaf people will tell you who their better interpreters are, those that they trust, those that do it because they want to provide access to the deaf community and not make money out of the deaf community and refuse them access at the end. And then in terms of your careers, deaf students, please yourself get acquainted with what the role of a sign language interpreter is. Not just the code of ethics, but also the role of a sign language interpreter. So that you know where your boundaries are with the interpreter and that the interpreter understands that you know that. Because otherwise they will control you. And when you go for a job interview, you need to be able to negotiate your access as well. That will be your responsibility. Not every job requires a full-time sign language interpreter. For example, we had a deaf student who applied for a job here at the University of the Free State, and he was not given the opportunity because they said, no, but how are we going to communicate with you? And the job was a clerk position. Now, a clerk doesn't need a full-time sign language interpreter. A clerk can communicate via email, and only with particular meetings an interpreter could have been called in. So it's that kind of awareness that you also need to raise with your potential employers. It's not all jobs require full-time sign language interpreters, but maybe just when necessary.
All right, try and be brief because they want to take a photo and the photographer needs to leave. Maybe we can go for the photo and come back. Is that okay? Moriegi? The rest of the people can't see you. Just a comment firstly. You undergrad, right, Aviwe? You postgrad, Tino. You doing honours, and Clifford, you with your MA. And Tabi Singh, I just did undergrad. Right, so for example, undergrad, you really do need an interpreter most of the time because your education, schooling is not the same as hearing, so it's a lot of extra work that you have to go through. Life skills and levels of language. There's a lot of holes in your education. So it's great, I get that you need an interpreter for that. That's perfect. But as soon as you do postgrad, I think your reliance on interpreters need to become less. You need to try and rely or be more independent because you have to learn how to be more independent. So I'm not saying that you're doing it wrong. I completely understand. But when you do get to postgrad, try and slowly become more independent. Not completely. Just advice to you on that point. What was my second point? I forgot. Sorry. If I remember, I'll come back again. Tino, I'd like to add to that. Yeah, thank you very much. What you said made me think. I think for me, undergrad, there was a lot of tests and assignments and course, attending courses. Postgrad, I had to do a research project, and I was partnered with a hearing peer, or supervisor. So I think how we solved this, I focused on the coursework more than the research project when I was an undergrad, and now postgrad, the research was less. And AI, be careful, guys. AI doesn't necessarily get the right information. Their database is accessed from the north, not necessarily the south. And then when I said mental health, I think AI is not really good for mental health because people ask things of AI, but cognitively you will decline because you're not using your mental capacity, going to the library, doing the research, doing the work. You're not going to develop. But that's why I said be responsible. Yeah, so AI is not the solution to everything, right? I'm sure all of you in the back of your mind, you're wondering, AI, maybe you'll be able to interpret. AI will be able to interpret. Don't worry, that's not going to happen. AI doesn't have a code of ethics. It doesn't morally and ethically connect with people. It's not human. And it doesn't exist in AI. AI is not going to take over interpreting because it's a computer, it's a robot. The information it gets is from databases all over the world. There's no human expression and feeling involved. It's not real. It's just there to explain things. So it's not reality. Don't stress. Not going to take your jobs, eh? Maybe 10, 20 years later, I don't know what's going to happen, but people are still figuring this out. Yeah. Great. Any more? Did you have your hand up? Yep.
Thank you so much for your contributions. Sorry, I'm not sure who to look at. Yes, this way? Okay. Your experiences and your challenges, thank you for sharing that. And your perseverance, I see that. Your comparison between the university and outside world as a deaf person in the hearing world, are you more independent, as Modieki has mentioned, or do you find that you're still very reliant on an interpreter for access? Well, when I studied my undergrad here, 2015 to 2017, I finished, and in 2018, I went for an interview at the Department of Public Works. But let me explain a little bit first. When I arrived at the interview, I was excited, but there was no interpreter available. They were shocked to realize that I was deaf and that I had made it to that part or that cycle. They said they'll arrange for an interpreter, and I waited. I was excited to see an interpreter, but it was just someone who was hard of hearing. It's not a professional interpreter. And they said, listen, I'm hard of hearing, but I'm going to be your interpreter. And I was immediately despondent, but also angry, saying, I would like a professional interpreter. I have a BA, I've got my own qualifications, I need a professional interpreter. And the response was, well, you're here now, and an interpreter is very expensive. That means the department themselves don't even realize what deaf culture, what our background, what sign language is to us. They only get stuck on, oh, but the fees are so expensive. And that's all they think about. Now, comparing it to when I studied at WITS, education specifically, during COVID, I needed an interpreter, but the interpreters were not available. I had to study at the evenings as well, and many of them just weren't available after hours. So looking back from that challenge, it's forced me to be more independent. It's forced me to be working without the relying on the interpreters. That challenge has resolved because I have found a way to make a success out of it. I haven't had an interpreter for quite some time. The unit and quads, I know there's an interpreter available here. If there's a meeting or if there's a group that's meeting about anything, I try to have an interpreter, but I often make use of subtitles during the meeting if it's online. And this really helps me a lot. So AI has assisted me. Oh, from me, I rely a lot on interpreters in the classroom because being deaf, having access to that information. I don't need an interpreter for when I go to sport, for example. Like in the Free State, remember we went and did sports activities. We didn't need an interpreter. When there's a speech about who came first and who came second, I mean, that's just so simple. You just see who gets on the podium. But in the classroom, we need an interpreter. If there's a church service, I want an interpreter there. But when it comes to sport activities, I try to communicate with my peers. We find each other somehow. We have a way of communicating, a little bit more gesture like this. They will show, no, you need to, have an upper torso. Your torso needs to be more straight up, that kind of thing. So they start gesturing to me and I gesture to them. We find each other through sport. And that's fun. You don't need an interpreter for that. But when it comes to academic material, I do believe that is where an interpreter should be. during COVID, I needed online interpreting when I had meetings, for example, with Quad, and I needed communication with the financing office or certain math classes, then I would need an interpreter, yes. So we have challenges in the workplace, absolutely. And the department where I work, they have a language service department where an interpreter is available, or employed rather. It's not something to really celebrate because it's one interpreter who services many departments. One interpreter to service many departments. That's the first thing. And secondly, when a meeting goes online, we have captions. And you just turn it on and you try to follow with the captions as much as possible. But there are challenges even with that. When a person starts speaking in different native languages, then it becomes problematic because the Zoom or the online platform, the AI captions then can't capture it properly. And it looks like gibberish. So there's some access, but not 100%. We don't have a voice in that situation, unfortunately. So when you have technology, there are ways and means to access meetings. If there's none, then you just go home. That's it. Great, thank you. There's one more hand in the back. Would you like a microphone?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your insights and advice. As a South African, as an interpreter intern here at the UFS, I would like to know, because I'm new to the field, or we are all new to the field, and hopefully when we're done with this, we want to be professional interpreters out in the world and beyond the academic space. So the question is directed to Clifford. When you try to hire an interpreter, what was the expensive rate that you got? What is the reasonable rate for interpreting services? And so that we know that we charge accordingly and we're not doing it for the money. We're doing it to send a message to the deaf person or the client. And the second question is, I know there's a newly developed app, which is Convo or something like that. I think it's more dominant in the East Rand, Gauteng. Besides that app, how do you go about looking for interpreters or the freelance interpreters? Do you look for them yourselves, or you contact someone to look for them for you? Or you just contact someone you knew back then, oh, hey, I need an interpreter. Do you know anyone? How do you go about looking for professional interpreters who you can trust and rely on?
Okay, so to respond to your question, so SARTI is the one place where you have explained interpreters are accredited, and there's also NASASLI, which is an organization, a National Association of Sign Language Interpreters. I always make contact with them, and they will give information on who is qualified and what the correct fee should be. So they give me that information, and that's where I can get my information from. They also double check the qualifications. So you can ask them. Your other question around, we might know some interpreters outside, but we are responsible for providing names to the department to contact, to check who is available out of the 2 or 3 that we prefer. That's what I do. And they will then appoint whoever is available. But sometimes they will find the interpreters themselves. And then it's not necessarily what I need. So it's really just, it's different interpreters for different environments. Sometimes it's someone who just can manage a conversation, that's fine. But then I might need someone for a different environment where I need a different skill set from the interpreter. But I'm the one responsible for making sure the interpreters are appointed. And I'd also like to add, please, you asked about how you know that the interpreter is good and good enough for that environment. Well, it's someone who is in contact with SATI, with DEFSA, with NASASLI. That kind of interpreter is someone you want because they are in contact and they do negotiate and work with the deaf communities. So they have recommendations that you can ask as well as the correct fee and what it should be. The issue about Convo that you had mentioned, Convo is limited because you can make an instant connection with them if you go to a doctor or wherever you go. However, Convo is limited to shorter conversations. Maybe it's someone that I need to talk to real quickly, and it's always online. It's not in person. Sometimes I need an in-person interpreter, but I also need someone who is going to be available in an emergency. Online, it's difficult to manage an emergency-related conversation. But in other situations, having a conversation, basic one, making use of Convo is available, but it is limited to how it can be used. Okay, I think that takes care of all the questions. Thank you to our esteemed panel for your sharing. I think you may step down from the... No, not yet. Do we need to first do the closing remarks? We would like to take a photo. Dr. Hlongwa, is it possible to do the closing remarks for us? And then we will go outside for our final photo and networking. So thank you very much to everyone and for your participation. Thank you. We are...
Good afternoon, everybody. What an event. I am so emotional right now, but first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity. I know it's not the platform that I'm given. I've just been given to give the day's highlights and give the vote of thanks. But I feel that it's my duty as a speaking community member on behalf of all the speaking community members to say to the deaf community members, we are sorry. I won't say much, I have a lot. But we are so sorry from the bottom of our hearts for being ignorant. We are so sorry for seeing you as different. We really, really apologize for all our actions. And Ms. Hazel and Dr. Ngubane and the rest of the academy team, I'm so happy that we have a representative here from the Pan South African Language Board. I feel that this event today should not just be an event. And I was talking to Hazel outside during the lunch break to say that we should not be calling this a 20-year anniversary, but it should be an annual event and open to the whole university community so that everybody would hear what we just heard. They will learn what we just learned. Ms. Nigiwe, please take it to the South African Language Board. We need these conversations. We need these dialogues. We need these engagements. We need a conference. We need to call everybody. We should not even go, I feel like we should not even go like a second step higher. Let us just go big and call a conference, because we need a lot. And today alone was not enough. Thank you so much. We are sorry again. I can't say this enough. I want to thank, where is Miss Hazel? Miss Hazel, you are now beginning to be like Dr. Ngubane. I call Dr. Ngubane a woman who is always pregnant, and you don't know when she's going to deliver. And wherever you don't see her, you are afraid that she is conceiving. And then she's going to deliver tomorrow, something big. Thank you, Hazel. Thank you, Dr. Ngubane, because this came from, I even know why Hazel come and sit in front of Dr. Ngubane's office. Dr. Ngubane, I have this idea as if like it's going to happen now, but it's happening. Thank you so much to the academy team. We have our project coordinator here, Miss Sibongile, who is always ready to jump on board, even if something is not in our strategy plan, but she makes it happen. Thank you so much, and everybody in the academy team. And I would also like to thank Miss Miranda and your team, the rest of the team. I can't call them by names, but the rest of your team. Thank you so much for trusting us, the Academy for Multilingualism. And I'm sitting down here, I feel like, yes, we are now the Academy for Multilingualism, not the Academy for the speaking, but for multilingualism, having the South African Sign Language as one of our languages. Let us now work on the implementation plan and come up with the practical events, practical whatever. Let us not stop by talking about it. Let us do it. Thank you so much, Miss Miranda. Thank you to our keynote speaker, Miss Njeyane, who traveled all the way from Stellenbosch University. We heard you. It was so painful. I wasn't supposed to be put in this platform because I'm very emotional. But thank you. We really appreciate. And Ms. Sibongile Dlamini, remember we have a task to collaborate with the universities in the Western Cape. So Stellenbosch is one of them. They should not be left out in that collaboration we are trying to establish. Thank you to our facilitators for the panel discussion, Ms. Morrison. Thank you so much. And Mrs. Civil, again, Hazel, thank you. Thank you to our panelists. I'm trying to remember their names. There was Tino, there was Ntabiseng Mufukeng, there was Amahle, and there was Mr. Griffith Magaye. Thank you so much for educating us. Together with the keynote, I was reminded of one book I read. I'm just going to be short. I'm almost done. I've forgotten the author. I've forgotten the title. Please forgive me. But the book is about multiculturalism. And there are three metaphors, or maybe one metaphor, divided into 3 in that book that the author talks about as language speakers or social beings, that sometimes we view life through the window. You are inside your own house and you see what is happening through the window, and you have already have a glass or a wall, and you know that what is happening outside is not part of me, but I see it. Meaning that we have been in that position where we knew that we have our deaf community living with us, but we had that glass in between. We could see, but there is a wall. We could not reach out, they could not reach us. And then she continues to talk about multiculturalism being the door, where now you step out of the window and you start going to the door and you open the door and you are able to move in and out, in and out. That means as a speaking community member, it's okay for me, but I also have to go out and be with the deaf community and understand and live with them and make sure that we are in alignment. And then after I have learned everything from the deaf community, I go back because nobody's gonna change me for who I am. And now I use a metaphor of a mirror. As I was sitting down here, I was looking at how many mental, psychological difficulties we face as speaking communities, to say that we are the same, we experience the same. So in you, the deaf community, our deaf students, we see ourselves. And you should also be seeing yourselves to us or on us. We are the same. Nothing separates us. Thank you so much. So both the speaker and the panelists, they have shown us that you can use the window, use the door, but at the end, use the mirror. And then decide. Thank you to our ICT. They are always thanked last, but thank you for being here and for always being here to all our Academy for Multilingualism events, including our camera guy here. That guy takes beautiful photos. He makes me beautiful. In all the photos that he takes, I know that when I share that one, I'm like, thank you so much for being here and for being patient with us. In you, we learn perseverance. All of you, you are so patient. You are not in a hurry. Thank you. I also saw a language practice team, academics who are teaching there at the beginning. I don't see them now, but thank you so much. And I've already thanked the Academy for Multilingualism team. And I thank you specifically, Ms. Matebula, for taking your time being here. And I know that when you two ladies are sitting in those closed doors, you're going to conceive, I don't know how many, what do you call if you are conceiving many kids in one, not twins, not triplets, but yes, please, I will just support you. I will be there. Please, you need to go and brew something big for the Free State. We want to make not the University of the Free State, but the province of the Free State be the home where this is going to mushroom and grow, and we want to own it. Thank you so much. Thank you to our deaf students for being here. This event was for you. We really appreciate you. And thanks to our interns. I don't know if I'm missing anybody else, but thank you, everybody. Our interpreters today, you were wonderful. All of you. I don't know how you do it. I don't even know at my age that I can do what you are doing, but you are wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I thank me for being here all the way from Qwaqwa.
Okay, before everybody leaves, I just quickly want to thank a few people. Well, give a few people gifts. So, first of all, Mayor Momoregi. Thank you so much. It was an honor having you here. Oh. Marty. Clifford. Tino, please. Ntabi Singh. And lastly, Amahle. Amahle, we also, yeah. Okay, thank you guys. If everybody can just quickly go outside, we're going to take a group photo. Okay. The photographer will point you. It's a little amphitheater that we have. We're quickly going to take a group photo there. And then thank you so much for coming, everyone. We truly appreciate it.